I'll pop it in the Skype chat now.
Okay, I've just started streaming as well, so
Okay.
we're all kicking off. I'll jump into a game just to kick off. David,
Channel.
have you taken a look at many of the lists from Anaheim?
Actually, not so much.
Okay.
I saw the Rayquaza list, I saw the winning list, the Mewtwo list
Yeah.
from, and then I think Igor's list.
Sweet.
But
Well, we'll go over them at some point today, so...
yeah, I think I have actually most of them saved on my phone.
Oh, nice.
Like today was my last exam, and if I don't fail, I won't have to.
Hello, Joe and Jack. Cheers from Cali. Any questions about Anaheim?
You can just ask what were the general tables looking like day one. I think from what I understand, it was a lot of Darkrai, a lot of Vespiquen, and a lot of Mewtwo, and that's pretty much reflected in the top cut. But apparently that was heavily played as well as like succeeding.
Did well.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of how we expected it to be. I think a lot of people kind of played safe, kind of took what they knew and ran with it, and again that was reflected in the top 8. I think there were only 3 or 4 lists that were purely revolved around Sun and Moon stuff, if that.
I mean, it's not like there's something really broken in the set, so going the safe way I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
definitely.
So just give the people more time to test.
Yeah, if they can't have an optimal list, just play the thing that was best before.
Yeah.
It's never a bad idea.
Darkrai is still good, we've found out.
Yep.
Time for Persimmon or how it's called.
Yeah.
I want a League Cup, man. I want a League Cup with it.
And the only problem is that, like, against stuff like Mewtwo, you would usually rely on your Mew, but they have Garb, so it's kind of... I think it's annoying, but I don't think it's, like, unbeatable, because especially, like, Mewtwo has a hard time setting up 2 Garbs, because it's really hard to, like, spend resources into it, and then you have... Like, Philip played 3-2 Garbodor, but most people cut it down to, like, either 2-2 Garb or 2-1.
Yeah.
Garb, so it's even harder for them to deal with one Garbodor getting knocked out.
Super
But
hard.
I think in theory, like when you get the catcher hats with Persimmon early enough, you can just win right there.
Yeah. When I played against one Mewtwo, and it was such a swingy matchup. It was a 2-2 Garb that they played, and it was just... I was so dominant, and then Garb comes up, and then they're so dominant, and then as soon as I deal with Garb, then I'm ahead again, so... It was such a swingy matchup. Ended up tying it.
Yeah, but Persimmon can... Wait, at least 100 when you have...
Yeah, 100 when it's attacking, with 3 on the bench. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so at least you can knock out Garbodor.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect numbers.
Yeah, there is nothing to really knock out Garbodor for double colorless energy.
Oh my goodness, that was a terrible turn for my opponent.
No, 100 is actually quite hard to hit, just off the bat.
Yeah, exactly. And like, we have the Mewtwo, the non-EX one, that is like the only non-EX psychic Pokemon which attacks for DCE, and it deals like 0 damage against Garbodor.
Yeah.
I think 20 40, so it's still not good enough.
People asking who's in the chat. It's David Hoochman who's in the chat with us. Do you want to introduce yourself, David?
Yeah, I'm doing commentary for the streams together with Joe, so yeah, I hope you like what I say.
Or else.
I also streamed a few tournaments, so I'm a bit used to streaming. But today was my last exam, so now I have a lot of time.
Woo. Nice.
Yeah.
Finally free.
Yeah, free until I know if I pass or not.
Yeah.
Is that the guy who makes videos about
yeah, I'm
numbers and
also the only
unlimited?
guy who plays unlimited.
Yep, he's the unlimited guy.
Whenever I see an unlimited list, I have to sit there and look and work out what this deck is. There was one that I wanted to ask you about in Sheffield. I can't remember which one it was.
There aren't so many.
Was it Porygon?
I think it was Porygon.
I had to explain what Porygon did.
I had no idea what it did.
Because he saw the Trevors and just didn't understand.
Porygon is annoying.
Yeah, when Joe said it to me, I was like, wait, that seems really, really difficult to, deal with.
I mean, the thing with Unlimited is that, like, one single game takes so much time because, like, I think 90% of all cards you play are stuff like Trainer's Mail, Pokédex, Bicycle. So you don't even do anything. And then especially with the Porygon deck, you spend, like, you draw so many cards and then you're just like, Pokeblower, Tails, Trump card, Trainer's Mail, Oak, Erica, Trainer's Mail, Oak, and then until you get to your Pokeblower. And then you play like Pokeblower and you flip heads. And the only reason it can't do anything is because like in Unlimited everyone starts Sableye. And you just need to deal 60 damage somehow.
It seems like a really interesting format, though. One that I don't think gets enough attention.
It's interesting because you have to think in a completely different way. And also, like, consistency works just totally different. Like, I always look, like, how many cards are there? And when I draw a starting hand that had only these cards, how often do I lose? So, for example, the ways that you can lose is when you draw, like, Sableye and then 4 junk arms and 3 item finders. And just you need to make these hand cards very unlikely, and then also while you play it's a bit difficult to not like draw dead. Like you can actually draw, especially with trump card, into hands where you can either not trump card anymore, or where you can't draw cards after you play the trump card. But it's still just like when you are the worst unlimited player, you have like 94% of winning. So it's nothing even that you like when you play really good at the when you play really good in the actual format, it gives you such an edge. But when you play really good in unlimited, it just doesn't do anything all of the time. But I have the coolest deck concepts, and that I need to perfect is I have the best unlimited lock deck, and I just recently discovered it. So like even if we have these very stupid formats, you can still discover really interesting stuff, especially because unlimited has so many cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how this works is there is a Walrein EX.
Yeah,
which
says
when you evolve it, your opponent can't play any trainer cards. So it's not even items, it's just trainers.
Wow.
And so what you do is you play Broken Time Space, and then play Archie for the stage 1. And then every turn you could just evolve it, and then play the Evolution Spray, and evolve it again.
Wow.
So your opponent can play no trainer cards the whole game.
Sounds horrible.
So scummy.
But yeah, it's
really good as well.
I realized it's very recently, and yeah, it's interesting. But you can see also similar stuff in like Expanded, where just every set we get more cards, and there's just like there are a lot of decks I think waiting to be discovered. But it's very annoying that, especially in Europe, where we never play Expanded, and when we play Expanded, it's like League Challenges usually, and not even League Cups. So there's no real reason to test, and since you have so many decks that work so well already, there's no real,
no incentive. We can just be lazy.
Yeah, me and Joe were talking about this earlier on, and we were so unaware of what we actually had a conversation about what was actually good in Expanded at the moment, because we just don't get to play it over here. And like the League Cup on the Sunday in Sheffield, I feel like I just have to play Toad or Dark or something just because I know they're good, and I can't really experiment just because I don't know what the format's like at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit shame, but I don't really like and expanded a lot.
I think,
Personally, but
yeah,
I think it's a good format in general, and I think it's a good format that has to exist. That like having two formats in a card game is so good, just in general.
yeah,
But it's problematic to maintain like a healthy balance, I would say. Because when you make like in Europe, they make just all important tournaments standard.
Yep.
So we never have any reason to play expanded. So these reasons that like the existence of expanded is really unimportant. Like without having expanded, we for example would have just the same game as we have right now, anyways. But in America, they did it a bit better because then you have these expanded tournaments and standard tournaments kind of mixed. And now the only problem is that it's really hard to spend your time. So you need to really put a lot of time into first testing standard and then later testing expanded. That's the only reason why I don't like it personally, because I don't want to spend so much time into doing this. And I think like, yeah, now you already said there are so many new things to discover. I think I personally like more to have like one format and then just spend all the time I get into there.
Yeah, that's what
But
we're
I think
doing.
in general, yeah, expanded is really good.
Definitely. Oh well. Maybe
Yeah,
they'll
so how
change
do
it
you
soon.
deal with Garbodor?
I'm Lysandering it next turn. Easy. Easy peasy.
Do you have Lysander in the Discord pile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy peasy. Easiest game of my life.
How do you deal 80?
And then they just GX attack KO me next turn and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We can work around the details later.
What's your usually game plan against Garb? Just setting up early and hoping for the best? Or...
Yep. That'll be it.
Perfect.
Don't worry. We've dealt with one and we're only 2.5 prizes down. Well, it's like more likely 4 prizes down by the time we actually do anything to this Lurantis. This freaking Assault Vest is impossible to deal with.
Assault Vest is just a really good card in general right now.
Now it's so good.
I mean, I think I just feel like when Darkrai became a thing, it was so bad for Assault Vest.
Yeah.
But I mean, Darkrai is like one of the only decks that don't really play special energies. You have Mewtwo, you have Yveltal, even stuff like that not a lot of people are playing, like Umbreon or DCGI need double colors energies. And then of course you have double dragon energy decks and
Vespiquen even.
The only thing I can't I'm pretty sure Darkrai and probably Guardy and maybe Volk are the only things that don't. Everything else is just another thing. It's just another 40 damage that they've got to break through.
Exactly. What I found really interesting was that there was no Volcanion, like not so many Volcanion doing well in Anaheim. Because I don't really like the deck a lot, but usually there are just a lot of people who play it because it's consistent and very straightforward. So just because it exists, and usually there are a lot of people who make top cut with it, but this seems that there are a lot of people who don't want to play Volcanion right now. So yeah, I don't think. Also personally, don't really think Volcanion is that good at the moment, especially because you have stuff like Mega Mewtwo and then all the decks that use Garbodor.
Yeah.
Plus that, depending on what you draw, like you can't really do a lot in general with Volcanion. Like you have two options. It's like, yeah.
Go for big KO or don't go for big KO.
Non-EX or VX. Exactly. So yeah, I think that's also why a lot of people who very like technical players don't really like the deck in general, because there are like two things that you can do with it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And yeah, this is also why I think a lot of players who have a lot of success are people who play stuff like Yveltal, because there are so many things that you can do with Yveltal.
Yep, full of options.
Compared to most of the decks. And then you have stuff that just people think is a great meta call, which is like the main reason the deck is being played. But yeah, it's a lot of complicated things, and I didn't play enough to say too many great things.
Yeah, it felt like everyone was just targeting Volk for Anaheim because it like looked to be, from an outside perspective, a decent play. So then everyone just said, you know what, Mewtwo absolutely bops Volk, so I'll just play Mewtwo.
Yeah, like the CGI and Durantis got kind of hyped because they're just new cards that have a lot of potential.
Mm-hmm.
So also a lot of people said like, well, you need to play Volcanion. But the problem is, I think that the CGI and Durantis just look really good. And they aren't as good as they are. So I think I actually really like Durantis.
Mm-hmm.
And the CGI just as cards themselves, but I don't really think they are great cards at the moment.
Yeah, they can't tackle current decks, despite being really good on their own.
Yeah, I mean, like I personally think the best deck that you can play with Lurantis is Solgaleo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just look at the theory behind it. You have double color. You have like a stage 2 Pokemon and a stage 1.
Mm-hmm.
And just this itself makes the deck a lot worse.
Yep.
I mean, I played the first game after 2 months. I played Pokemon. I had Yveltal Garbodor, and my opponent played the Lurantis Solgaleo deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no idea how to win against this because he got turn 2 Rare Candy into Solgaleo.
Yeah.
And then used the GX attack and attached like all energies. And I was like, okay, what can I even do here? But then I won the game just by playing like Lysander to the Solgaleo.
Yep.
And then I attacked with the Tauros, and then I realized like, okay, wait, he has no switching cards. So yeah, the only way he can switch is using the ability from Solgaleo, and he did the mistake that he evolved the second Solgaleo too. So he knocked out my Pokemon, and then I just played Lysander for the other Solgaleo. And then he took the other knockout, and I played Lysander again, and then he ran out of energies. So this is probably one of the big problems.
Yeah.
And
I'm playing Olympia now because I've learned that the hard way, that you can get traps.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely play Olympia in the deck because, I mean, when you just look at the theory behind the deck, it's just you set up your 2 Pokemon, and then you don't need anything else to really win. You deal 230 damage, so there are like almost no Pokemon that don't get one-hit knocked out. Mm-hmm. So you don't rely on Lysander as much as other decks because you just take one-hit knockouts, and even for the Pokemon that you can't one-hit knockout with 230 damage, you still have the like kind of a bit damage from the Lurantis.
Yep.
So that's not a big problem. And yeah, just play a lot of supporter cards, but just keep in mind that Garbodor is annoying.
I can show you. I'll show you where we're at right now. We're going to profile it. I think tomorrow. No. Friday we'll profile it. But I'll show you where we're at with the list right now. I'm quite happy with it. It's getting like mixed results. I sort of learnt through mistakes with the list how to make it look good. But just like it just has so much damn HP. Like, both attackers just have so much HP that you can just sit there doing your own thing, and no one can really stop you doing it when you set up that board.
Yeah, really like Durantis is a great card, similar to what Version used to be. But I think Durantis more is similar to stuff like... Because like the thing is, it takes just basic energies.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's more like Thunderous.
Yeah.
From Plasma, even though Thunderous turned out to be like you only played it in other Plasma decks. So the only Pokemon you actually attached energies to were like Lugia EX and the Chiron.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is kind of similar, but even in the Plasma deck you had often situations where it makes sense to attack with stuff like Genesect or Deoxys.
Yeah.
Or like taking stuff like I lost against how's it called? The Firebird.
Ho-Ho?
No, the other one.
Moltres?
Plasma one. Yeah, exactly. I lost against Plasma Moltres. Like I play version Genesect at Nationals, and I won against Emboar to round
Nice.
1. And round 2 I got paired against another Emboar and lost. And then I play against like round 5 I play against Plasma, and my opponent just opens Deoxys, and I'm like, oh, fair enough. I open version. It's fine enough. Attach energy active, and then put Genesect on my bench. And then my opponent just float stones, and then plays Plasma Ball for this how's it called again? The Firebird?
Moltres.
Moltres.
Yeah, just plays Plasma Ball Moltres, Chorus Machine, Prism Energy, Retreat, and the attack says when you flip heads, you just start an energy attached to it once active.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the Plasma decks had a lot of crazy stuff. And I think Durantis might become something similar, where you can either just play those different Pokemon with each other, or just focus on, like the Solgaleo, just focus on one Pokemon that discards energies, and then reattach them with Durantis. And another thing I thought about playing in Solgaleo is stuff like the Sword Vest.
Yep. Pretty good.
290 HP. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it also makes your Durantis just stand a bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another
playing-
thing,
True.
Go on.
yeah, another thing I like is that the basics are no Pokemon EX. So when you play like a Mega deck and have unusable like little ones,
Yeah.
it's really annoying. But when you play like Solgaleo and your opponent manages to get Lysander for the basic Pokemon, and they only draw one prize card, and once you evolve, it's so massive that it's really hard to take out. So you have the advantage of not giving up easy prizes when your opponent plays Lysander.
Yeah.
So I think that's really helpful. Also, the deck you play is Vileplume. Really makes me sad.
It's just the list that came top 16.
Yeah, John Kettler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I think this is one of these decks that are just sitting around, existing, and no one realizing yet.
I like the
But he
idea.
also- I mean, he said he won against all the Volcanians he played against.
Yeah, that's quite beatable.
So
Yeah, so this is an easy matchup for me, guys.
I mean, once you have Vileplume in play, I don't really think they can do too much, because they don't hit the active 4 weakness when you attack with Lugia.
That's what I'm hoping. I mean, this one's going down pretty quick, but
Did the list play
it only played
Tauros?
one Lugia, one Tauros. Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah.
but in his article he said he almost always just wanted 2 Lugia, so that's what I've done.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Tauros is just one incredible card to have as a single card. It deals a really good amount of damage for just one energy, and then your opponent needs to play around. He's forced to play around it. So
Yeah.
in theory, it sounds really great in this deck, especially because you can make the numbers even better, but with the Decidueye.
Yeah,
And once you have Vileplume in play, there is no way your opponent can play around Tauros
yeah.
in a good manner. So
The only thing for me is I feel like I need to hollow hunt a lot with this deck, so I don't actually like Mad Bulling that often.
yeah, this is true.
That's the only reason I'm happy with just Lugia. But obviously there will be those situations where you can be like, okay, fine, I'll just blow you up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some people saying in the chat the NA Internationals has been announced. I've just had a quick look whilst you guys are talking, and they do have the details now.
Holy, what date is it?
It's the 30th to the 30th of June to the 2nd of July in Indianapolis.
Indy.
So Indianapolis was, I think a lot of people speculated that it would be there.
What coast is that? Is that whereabouts in the country is it? I don't know my geography.
Let's have a Google.
Go on, have a Google.
Yeah,
Indianapolis.
Brits don't know about America. It's really
Map.
hard. Like, geography is so annoying. Like, even for my own country, I don't know where most things are.
Okay, it's definitely on the east, but it's more mid than anything. So it's more Central America than anything.
Okay.
I'd say central to east.
Yeah, so Joe, are you going?
I don't know, man. It depends
Do
how many
it.
points I need. We'll see how I do on my next few tournaments, I guess.
I mean, when you win, you get your invite no matter what.
Yeah.
So you also get money.
Oh, juicy. Gotta love the money.
This game looks... Actually, I think the, how's it called again, Flareon?
Yeah.
Might become a problem.
I think it loses me the game. In a lot of spots here.
Yeah, otherwise you could have done something. I mean, especially because, again, when Vileplume is in play, the Volcanion can attack twice.
This is danger. This is lots of danger all at once.
It's really sad because especially like your opponent even plays artillery.
Yeah.
I always feel so weird when I lose against Volcanion with artillery. Like even when just like they just need to take like twice each turn. They use the ability to draw Pokemon Ranger or Olympia, and then they just twit knock out everything I have.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it feels so stupid. But yeah, better than. I still don't know what to think about Oranguru.
I really like it. Only in a few select decks, but in the decks that it fits in, I really like its role.
Yeah, the problem is that 3 cards is really not like you will probably never draw 3 cards anyways. But against stuff like N, it's amazing, I think.
Yeah.
But then again, you have so many, like 2 of the major threats right now, I think, have Garbodor. So it's even.
Yeah.
Yeah, Garbodor is really annoying. I don't like that there is no, like, interesting way around it.
Yeah.
But I think if then ability decks would be too strong.
Beedrill, man. That's the way around it.
But a bit. I think not a lot of decks can really afford having Beedrill.
Right, let's take a look at my Solgaleo Lurantis.
Yeah, that's a cool deck. I would like to test that, I think.
This is where I'm at right now. I think I'm only about 10 games in with it.
Mm.
Oh, I shouldn't have Genesect in here. That should be Cobalion.
Yeah, I can't see it yet.
Got the one of Max Potion.
Yeah, Max Potion is one of the cards that are incredibly good, but I probably don't have a lot of space.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks really like one of these decks where you don't have space for anything.
No. I ended up cutting males just for more supporters.
Lily is a weird card to play, I think.
Oh, I love it.
Really, so like when Bianca was, I remember playing decks with Bianca, and it was always
Meh.
just the only card. Like it wasn't N and it wasn't Sycamore or Juniper at the time, and it was just this card. It wasn't one of the cards you wanted.
But like turn 1, you really do want Lily. It's really good. And
yeah, I suppose.
I really hate Sycamore in this list because you're always just dumping your Candy or dumping your Solgaleo. So
Yeah, but I would definitely play. I think are these 4N?
2.
Yeah, it looks like 2. Yeah, I would play 4N
4.
because you don't take like how do you knock out Pokemon in this game and
Blow
in
'em up.
this deck? Because,
You
what
blow
did you
'em
say?
up.
Yeah, but once you have your Solgaleo in play, the ends aren't that important.
Yeah,
Because-
that's true. You don't need anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I think I also would. I don't know. One of the things I think you could go down again would be Lysander.
You think it's not necessary,
But I really-
really? I feel like you still need to deal with Garb quite a bit.
Yeah, this is true. Especially stuff like I mean, when you have Flosso and to your Solgaleo, and how much retreat does Lorantis have?
2.
Come on, yeah.
Everything is chunky.
Does Solgaleo have to discard all energies or just 3?
All.
Oh, come on!
There's no getting
these are
around it.
the cruel questions.
Yeah. The answers you don't want to hear. I don't know about 2 Super Rod. That's something that's...
You play 2 right now.
Yeah, I'm wanting it to be 1 just because I want to get away with it, but pretty sure you can't get away with it.
What's the Solgaleo line? Is it
4-2-3, which is quite thick. You get away with 4-1-3 probably.
Nah, I think the 2 in the middle are pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's really not much breathing room.
No, there's not.
It's
Yeah, there's like nothing. But why did you not play like Genesect EX?
I just felt if I want to be soul bursting, it's not going to be to Genesect. There's better targets always. Even like Lorantis' second attack is better than Genesect's a lot of the time.
Oh, the Rentis it deals 120 and then you
Heal 30, yeah.
And what is the GX attack doing?
50 times the amount of grass attached to this Pokemon. But you always need to soul burst unless you randomly randomly discard like 5 energy in your opening Sycamore or something. Then you can Flower Supply. But
or when you can donk with it. At 150. Like, oh no, I'm 10 damage short. Oh wait, Flora's yet.
Okay, right, let's have a couple of games with this. Jack, do you want to play actually? What are you up to?
I'm in a game at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. I can
testing some
madness.
Guardy right now.
2 Skylar, what is this? 2014? Oh man, Skylar's really good in that list. It's
If it would be 2014, it would be 4 Skylar.
Yeah. And in 2014, guess what? We were playing Stage 2 decks, and this is a Stage 2 deck, so...
Yeah, no Tropical Beach.
Oh, imagine this deck with Beach, man. It'd be gross.
Yeah, Skylar is only important because you need stuff like... Yeah, you have the one of Max Potion, and you need... how's it called again? Rare Candy.
Rare Candy.
What could work is like 1 Body Rescue.
Oh, baby. Oh, maybe I go 1 Rod, 1 Buddy. That's probably better than 2 Rod.
Yeah, I think you often discard stuff that you then just want to... For example, you have like a Rare Candy in your hand, and then you can search your deck for a Body Rescue and then take the other Pokemon in your hand.
That's a good idea. I like it. I'll steal that idea from you, David.
Yeah, no problem.
Don't mind if I do.
It's...
Oh shit, we're up against my own deck. Quad Talonflame. Oh no. We lose.
What?
We lose this matchup. Oh no.
Quad Talonflame? What is this?
It's the Talonflame with the break.
So you...
That's a fire.
Wait, how do you set up more Pokemon?
You Aeroblitz in.
Basics!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Jesus. I mean, you can still... It deals 170 and then it discards 2 energies?
Yeah. But they play Burning Energy, because when you break, you can just use Burnings to recover
Well,
them.
when you set up fast enough, you can win.
This deck doesn't set up fast. It's not the plan. Oh, Christ. Okay. We'll just get the gang down, shall we? Let's just do that. It's a good turn 1 for us. Deary me. Beaten by my own deck. Savage.
Why do you, like... Oh, what does the deck win against?
Loads.
Loads?
That reaction was so good.
Oh, hold on. He's playing the wrong Fletchling. It can't be a follower of mine, because they're not playing the Warble Fletchling.
Horrible. Someone just said...
Is there a fire one?
Not a baby fire one, no.
Yeah, the basic isn't even like a fire Pokemon in the game. I
No.
I
think.
think it's just... Yeah, I think it's just normal.
So weird. these are things that really annoy me as a TCG player because, for example, you can't attach burning energy to it.
Yeah.
So you have to discard it. Like you can't attach it to Talonflame, so you have to evolve before you can use your energies, which is a bit weird. But your starting hand is pretty decent.
I don't
You
have
got
any
two of
shaman.
Cosmo and... Oh, that's so tempting to just go for Solgaleo, but then you lose.
Shush, David. I've had enough of this.
What are the shaman priced?
Yeah, both.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so
We'll
probably
synthesize.
What is the basic doing from Lurantis?
Yeah, it lets me get a grass from deck and put it to one of my pokes.
Oh, okay.
Now we just pray that they didn't take Lysander. Yes, Winona, we'll take it. God, Talonflame's so broken. So broken.
Why is everyone sleeping on this deck?
Just imagine starting Fletchinger.
It's fine, it has Warble. It's just the wrong... They're using the wrong Fletchling.
Wait, what does it have?
Warble.
What does it do?
I think it allows you to find like 3 Fletchlings and put them to hand. Something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's better than nothing.
Oh, I'm getting bopped.
Winona. Winona is also a pretty cool card.
Yeah, it's insane in that list. Look at his board.
I play Winona in like I have like decks for League. Or like my Pokemon League, and I have a Winona in there, and it's like a evolution stack. But I also have stuff like basic Pokemon that are just like colorless. So I can play like I have Chinchino, so I can always Winona for like the stage 1s and 2 EVs, then attach energy evolution and that stuff. Yeah, in general, the card is pretty good, but in this format, it doesn't really fit. Unless, of course, there is something... I mean, just imagine the whole Solgaleo line being colorless.
Just imagine.
Like, just imagine if every single Pokemon in this deck would be colorless. It would actually make sense to play Winona, because then you could get, like, Shaman and then 2 cards you need. But Winona's just, like, waiting for another Pokemon that you can play it with, but...
It's already got it. Called Talonflame. What are you talking about?
I think I would concede, actually. This game is not win.
We've been stream sniped on every occasion so far. This is ridiculous. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Goodbye.
Burn energy.
You know who was saying 290 HP is really good?
Not today.
Well,
Not no more.
I like weakness policy.
Yeah.
I have one, like we played just like for fun, I think. I don't remember why, but there was one picture of having like it's like Sigilif with 4 expert belts. And then getting knocked out by Lugia EX.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember like the first time I played Unlimited, you could still attack turn 1. And you had to use like the Drifblim from Undaunted, I think it was. So, and then with boost energy. And this was really a really lucky format, like because you had so many basic Pokemon, you would really rarely started Sableye, but often if you started Sableye, you would like whiff the knockout. It was really, really weird. Or you could also play stuff like the Machamp from Stormfront.
Oh yes.
I was always wondering if this card would exist in the format, if it would be good.
Machamp?
Yeah, the one that just says...
I think so. Even a turn later, even with current candy rules, I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, especially in stuff like Expanded, you would have Corinna.
Yep.
So...
It'd be sick.
Articuno. So you play against like the Water Box Lapras I don't like this deck at all.
It's a pretty bad matchup for me.
For you?
Yeah, Umbreon Hammers.
Oh, I thought you played Lurantis again.
No, I've got a Beetle hand as well. Top deck
Would have
gods.
won against
Oh my god.
Just stick to Lurantis.
Yeah. Lesson
Like
learned.
Perfect Lurantis.
You've been stream sniped again. They've over predicted. Just ended up.
I've got a Parallel City to try and stay out of Articuno flips. Christ. Okay, we'll just top deck a Pokemon next turn, yeah?
Right.
Or a Sycamore. Come on, game! We play so many Ball Search cards as well. I think I play 7 Ball Search cards in this list.
Oh, God, he is taking names today.
Which build? Straight build?
Straight. 6 prizes in 3 turns on Shavins and Hoopers.
That's the one.
Yeah, I really like straight God of War at the moment. I think it makes sense to play it for... Wait, what is it? The next region is Sheffield, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is no American region this weekend?
Not this weekend, no. There's Collinsville the same weekend as Sheffield, but that's expanded.
Yeah.
Oh, it's expanded too, okay.
Yeah, so ours is the next standard one.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to play God of War there.
I don't at all mind how God of War looks in after what happened at Anaheim. I think it's got pretty good matchups looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you don't just... You have an edge against Darkness decks because...
Yeah.
Yeah, you have resistance and they struggle to one-hit knockout, and you can just take 2-hit knockouts in general.
Yeah. I've just beat a Turbo Dark and it felt convincing just because they start so much slower than you. You immediately start on doing, after resistance, 90 minimum.
So yeah, exactly, and you can also one-hit knock out the non-EX Evital.
Yeah.
And then you still have stuff like just Lysander. But I think God of War you can play Ranguru actually.
Damn it,
Sounds
game.
interesting.
But if you could have, if Oranguru works for you, you know, it may as well just be like another Dragonite or something, don't you think?
Yeah, I think the problem God of War would have is like often you just like get N.
Yeah.
And you're kind of out of steam.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there are 2 matchups that you can face when you play like God of War. And there are stuff where it's just important to stay in the game and deal damage each turn. And then there's stuff where you can actually one-hit knock out. So I think against stuff like... I mean, against Volcanion, you just need to explode and then get Red Hatta and full bench. But then when you play against Darkrai, it's a really... Yeah, I mean, you have resistance and probably fairy drops. So the only thing that can make you lose the matchup, I think, is when your opponent has one big Darkrai in play and plays like N, you can keep up.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the split mega build?
I don't know. It's in theory the deck sounds really whack. Like you have bit problems. I mean, you have just a Primal Slash thing with Xerneas. And you can deal a lot of damage, but you need 3 energies to attack with the Primal one. And this could become a problem. I think it has just... The problem is that you need to think about what people think right now of the format, because I think a lot of people just expected Volcanion to be big for Anaheim, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And then just play stuff that wins against Volcanion. And now everyone saw the Anaheim results, which was just like a lot of Dark decks and Mewtwo. Sure. So people will either expect these decks to be played, which in this case God of War would be decent, or they just think we hope people switch decks and just continue playing Volcanion.
Yeah. There'll still always be some percentage of Volk, just because
Yeah.
There always will be.
It's really hard to predict. And also, I think what you don't should forget is how big Rayquaza was.
Yep. Ray was popular.
That's in the back of my mind right now. I'm sitting here thinking, God, he's really good, but then Ray is just always in the back of my mind.
Yeah, especially when you have Rayquaza and Rainbow Force won all regionals here. Like literally all of them. It's just Sky Sealed, I take one hit knockouts. Which
so
always
close.
makes me not want to play God of War.
Yeah. I'm so bored of just auto-losing those matchups as well. It really grinds my gears these days.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really problematic. But then when you look at the like underdog decks which made a showing at Anaheim as well, stuff like Solgaleo Lurantis. I don't think God of War does too well against it.
It can win, but yeah, it's not.
I think
easy.
It can win, of course, and you will also just win a lot of games against the deck because your opponent doesn't draw well.
Yeah.
But in general, I think the other deck has the advantage. And then you have the CGI Vileplume deck, which is also really hard for God of War to deal with.
Yeah.
Because Vileplume is so annoying. And the CGI also has so much HP. So I think when you just look at the big decks, which were like dark decks, and then you have Giratina in there too. And what do you say again?
As well, Vespi.
Yeah, like God of War does pretty decent against them, but it's still
depends how wide the meta's going to be, really.
Yeah, it's hard to predict, especially because like Europeans and Americans think very differently on pick choices.
Yep, they really do. They really do. Oh my.
And also, which I think a lot of people kind of don't keep in mind, that there are actually a lot of Europeans who don't put their Americans into considerations. So you have a lot of people who are like, okay, the last tournament was Anaheim, but going into Sheffield, a lot of people are like, okay, the last tournament was Leipzig.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That was also something a lot of people just always thought, like, a lot of Europeans, for the Europeans, the last tournament is just the last European tournament. So it makes predicting the metagame really hard. And of course, then you have, I think I don't know exactly. I've never played an American tournament, and I only see results.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there are so many people there, so I never know if the majority are like, not so experienced players, or if the majority is like the middle ground.
Yeah.
But I always feel European tournaments are filled with like really random deck choices.
Mm-hmm.
And there are so many decks, and people play them, and I think, like, how would you play this at this tournament? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And then these people, of course, they don't do well too, but having a lot of them just in your tournament makes decks that actually do well so weird.
Yeah, like, you can get knocked out round 2 knowing that they'll never make cut, but just because you were unlucky enough to play them, you're pretty much out of cut now as well.
Yeah, that was like, I also played one national championship where like the trump card was legal.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people playing Night March, and I lost against someone playing Night March, and I was like, I couldn't have dreamed people would play Night March at this tournament. Like, in my wildest dreams, people would not play Night March. How do you do this? Like, there's one card that says you can't really do anything, and then there is Seismic Toad EX, which just completely destroys you. And this was the best deck, and everyone knew it was the best deck.
Yep.
And at some point, all the Night March players played against Toad, and they got completely destroyed.
Yeah. But they just owned you first.
Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. And I think this is really hard to predict. But like I already said, I don't know how it looks like in America. Even it's even worse there, or it's a bit better. But yeah, we only see the top 32 results, so we don't know what's going on at the bottom tables.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Good little rant. I like you ranting, David. It's great.
I mean, it's not like I think this is necessarily a bad thing, but it's annoying
Yeah.
for competitive players to deal with.
Yeah.
Always having the chance of just getting screwed over by nothing.
Nothing. No one. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I'm the
Another thing that I actually wanted to talk with a few guys about is that, you know, there are always at tournaments these people who just play Vileplume.
Yeah.
I have no idea what they're doing. But these are like not these people I think are often smarter than people who don't play Vileplume. Like, yeah, you have these. Yeah, I don't want to insult anyone, but you have like poker dads who don't really have a lot of idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
And when they play Vileplume, they're doing the smart way. Like they know they will probably not win by outplaying the opponent. So they just play the one deck they know about is really strong and easy to play.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have people who don't really know that they aren't that good, and they think they're really good. So they play just like the best deck and get screwed over at some point of the tournament because they do mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
So and this is also true. I think this is especially true for Mega Rayquaza.
Mm-hmm.
Because Mega Rayquaza is played by a lot of people who aren't like the best player in the game.
Yeah.
But they make the best out of they make the best out of it by playing Mega Rayquaza.
Yeah.
Because they know if they play Iwata Garbodor, there will be one point of the game where they have to think so much about the like there is always when you play Iwata Garbodor, usually there's like one big decision in each game.
Mm-hmm.
And first of all, you don't have as much time, you're pressured at tournaments. And when you know this and then make just a decision, okay, I'll just play Mega Ray, that's always decent and I can always win.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make good plays with Mega Ray. But I think this is smarter than just trying to outplay everyone with stuff like Iwata Garbodor. Even though you think that Iwata Garbodor might even be the better meta call, you still play something like Rayquaza.
Yeah, just because the power level sees you through, as long as you know how to sequence, I guess, is like the only thing you need to know for Mega Ray.
Yeah, of course, and it's not too hard. And this is why I think a lot of people who actually play stuff like Vileplume are they're doing it the smart way because they can't do it properly.
So just win.
I mean, like
Plume.
knowing that you aren't as good as you have to be is better than thinking you're good, even though you're actually better yet. Like, it's hard to explain, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, someone who knows that they're average at the game is better than someone who knows that they're above average at the game, if that makes sense. If you know you're like above average and you make decisions based on that rather than just picking the deck that anyone can pilot, but it can make anyone at any skill level find it difficult to win, then that's better.
Yeah, like I mean, like when you are an average player and know you are an average player,
Yeah.
I think you're better than when you are above average and think you are like a top player.
Yeah.
So like just thinking you're better than you are makes you worse.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just and like I think this is also like I have a bit of respect for people who play like these YOLO decks.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so hard to decide, like to settle, I play this now. I think almost never played one of these decks where where I know before the tournament there will be so much luck involved. I played Ember once, and it was a really hard decision for me because I know like this deck is so much luck, but I was so sure that it's a great meta call.
Yeah.
That I just had to do it.
How did it end up? Did you do well?
I actually won. I played against I played against 3 decks that were not Driven Genesect the whole day. And the finals I played against Philip in the finals.
Yeah.
And he didn't. It was very, very funny because he never played against Ember and didn't really know what to do. So that I only won because like he had no idea what like there was one turn and I knew I would lose when he does something certain. Like he played Flygon with the Dustno.
Yeah, yeah.
And there was one turn where I'm like, okay, if he does the damage this way and then attacks with Aselgor, I don't think I will win. But he did the damage a bit differently. And then he it was I think 11 in the night, and we both were very tired. And Philip never played against Ember, and he was just like, why am I looking at you? What am I looking here? Why do you play Ember? And then I played against Nico, if you know him.
Yeah. Nico,
he played High Dragon.
Yeah.
And I was like, that game was really lucky for me. And yeah, I lost against Plasma with Karim.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just, you can't do it.
Yeah.
It's so hard when you don't get everything out. Yeah, I just see in the chat that someone asked what I think about, or what we think about the Mega Ray with Volcanion.
I don't
and
mind
I think
it.
This is it's a really good card. This is also really interesting because Mega Ray, like I already said, is one of these decks that usually don't involve so much thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But Mega Ray with Volcanion is so smart. Like, I looked at the results and then I was like, wow, this is genius. I would have never thought of this. Like the first thing when we got the new format was, boom, Rayquaza, like Night March is out, now you can play Rayquaza.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is no Battle Compressor anymore, so the decks can't really do a lot. And then it took, like Volcanion was the whole time in the format. And then it took people so long until they realized like, oh, I can just Hooper for Volcanion and then discard the energies.
It's just for those who don't know about this, it's just one Volcanion EX in the list so that you can basically have an activator for Mega Turbo at any time in the game. That's basically all it does.
There is no basic Volcanion, like non-EX Volcanion.
Yeah,
it's just you play Hooper, get Volcanion. When your Skyfeed in play, it doesn't really matter anyways. And when your opponent plays something to replace a Skyfeed, you can just take the Volcanion to the discard pile.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a lot. I think in a lot of situations, of course, depending on the meta game, stuff like Magierner is better or Jolteon.
Yeah.
But I really like the Volcanion.
It was just cool.
I mean, how often have you thought about it? I mean, when you have thought about it, and are like, okay, it makes more sense to play Magierner here. Mm-hmm. This is a different story, but I'm pretty sure that almost no one considered Volcanion and then said, okay, I think Jolteon is better. I think people were just like, do I play Jolteon or Magierner?
Yeah.
Oh, there's really reason to play Magierner, so I just play Jolteon because it's free retreat and that's it.
It's the
but
go-to.
How many people have thought about this? And this is really cool, yeah. Also, unfortunately, I forgot who actually was it. I can write him like a love letter. Dear Mr. I played Volcanion in Anaheim. I trust you. I don't know.
Well, right.
Yeah, but this is the curse of these underrated, like not underrated, but these decks that you know are really a lot of luck.
Mm-hmm.
That people don't think about them too much.
Yeah.
It was very similar with Night March, where a lot of people just played the same Night March decks the whole time. And it didn't really change a lot. And then you have like one person who just played like one Pokemon catcher and everyone was like, oh, it's amazing. Yeah, even though, like Night March was a different story because it was the best deck. But you know what I mean? It's just like there are decks that feel so automatic that you don't really think too much about it.
Yeah. But you think there's already a 60 out there the bog standard that everyone's been playing. You just don't think of other options because you think the 60 builds itself.
Yeah, this was also when Niklas and me did the ECC Legend with the deck. Like, it was also, everyone knew Virgin Genesect, but then I had the idea to just put Crobat in there. And then I played it, and everyone went crazy because they didn't understand what the deck is doing, and they didn't understand what they have to do again. Like, a lot of people asked me, like, in this tournament, this was the craziest tournament I ever played. And there were 2 people who asked me after the game if I play Scuba Cyclone or G-Booster. Like, people actually asked me this question. And then I have the first game in the first round. I started Zubat and my opponent discards Spiritomb.
Oh, thank God. The dream.
And it's just amazing. Like, you have so many things, and then people who just don't understand what they're doing. And then top 8, I played against. Which is still, I still can't believe how this happened. I played against Flareon Pyro.
Nice.
And I'm sitting there with my Virgin Genesect, but because of the Crobat damage, and then I take with like stuff like Skill Bite or how it's called, Skill Dive, and I managed to win. Like, I evolve, it takes Skill Dive and take a knockout on Lideo, and then I take a knockout on Pyro with G-Booster, and my opponent takes with Flareon, and then I have Crobat, and it was really, really interesting. And then a lot of people argue, like, they didn't understand how it's better to play Crobat than stuff like, for example, Deoxys. And it was so weird because so many situations, like, I also played Tonap.
Yeah.
So you could often take the G-Booster and then in the same turn, just like take it and then attach it.
Oh, that's so good, actually. That's so sick.
And every opponent who used, like, Jirachi, I tried to use like Red Signal on Jirachi and just attack with Emerald Slash on it. And because it has like 9 HP, I can at some point of the game just put 20 on it with Megalo Cannon. And then I draw 4 prize cards, just evolve, knock out Jirachi, and then G-Booster. And I never lose against N. And you know, like the difference between Niklas and my list was that I played 1/1/1 Crobats more. Like so I played 2 Zubat, 2 Golbat, and he cutted the 3 cards for 1 Lysander, 1 2 Retriever, and I forgot the last card.
Sure.
It wasn't that important anyway. So and then you also had Zubat with Retreat, which was amazing.
Yeah.
And I also remember I played against Todd Radcliffe the first round of 32, and I had pink sleeves and pink dice, and then he asked me like, "Oh, do you play Fairy?" And I'm laughing like, "No, I don't." And then I open Zubat, and I see in his face like, okay, he knows I play Zubat, and like I played Crobat with Mewtwo. Like his face just said like, "Oh, you play Crobat with Mewtwo." And then the first time I played like Ultra Ball for version, and his whole expression just like, wait, what?
What's going on here?
Yeah.
That's fun.
And these things, like Virgin Genesect also was one of these decks where people just thought it's set. Like, you win against Toad, that's great, and then you do Mega G-Booster GX and just knock out. And then you have these little things that could still change it. And one of the first reason why I thought playing Golbat would make sense was just because against Donphan, I could use Swoop Across.
Yeah, nice.
And I have one attacker that, like, because when I evolve Crobat and Swoop Across, then everyone has 10 damage, but one Pokemon has 100. Like, one Pokemon only has 100 HP left.
Right.
So one Donphan which has 100 HP and all of them have 120. So I could start taking the first knockout and then dealing 20 on the next one, and so on. So that was the first idea, but then later I realized that with Crobat you can knock out stuff like Wobbuffet too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think the Volcanion and Rayquaza is very similar. Just something no one thought about, and then you can play it and win.
Boom. I always like playing Balloons, the package deal of both the Drift Blims in my Virgin. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the very first time I played with Genesect is I played 4 of the I played 3 times the one that deals more damage for your special energies, and then one of the ones that attacks for free against plasma Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then I played 4 Enhanced Ever.
Get out, damn it! Get out!
It was the first tournament in the season, and Plasma Blast was just the newest set.
Nice.
And I thought, well, let's do this.
Nice filth.
And I played against the first round I played against Entei Ninetales.
Wow.
And I got really wrecked. And then game 2 my opponent flipped in Eevee. And I was like sitting there like, oh please don't. And then double colorless, Flareon. And I almost started crying, but I actually won only because of the Enhanced Hammer Drift and stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I remember being a Flareon with Balloons as well.
Yeah, and then after round 2, literally everyone played Plasma I played against. Yeah, and that was so like.
Thank God.
No, I played against one Blastoise somewhere around, but yeah, that was really cool. But I don't think that these things are possible anymore because there are so many decks. Like the old how's it called? Yeah, the old meta game just had like 3 decks.
Yeah, it was really
Like
easy to make good calls and just ride the wave off of it. Now you just have to, oftentimes, just make safe picks.
Yeah, the chat is missing Jack.
I'm focusing on Guardy here. This is I've managed to prize 2 Guardies. I do this all the time.
Which ones?
The babies. So I've got a 1-3 line at the moment.
Lovely.
Oh, damn it! I missed the Guardy. Believe it or not.
Not fun making fun of Joe when he doesn't notice. I do notice, but I'm busy getting trolled by decks all day today so far. I'm the one thinking Volk's gone, and I just queued up into 3 in a row.
They're all over the ladder.
I'm so sad. We could win this though, guys. We could. We definitely could. Our win condition next turn is to hit. Oh, hold on. This elixir. Okay, now we don't win this game, guys. We had a chance pre-elixir.
Yeah.
Now it's N. Okay. N is our win condition. Next turn, we find Solgaleo, blow something up, play the N, and then we need to figure out the rest of the 2 prizes while having a 0 energy board. We'll figure it out.
Easy, right?
We'll figure it out.
Easy, right?
We'll Lysander Hooper or something. How many switch cards have they been through? 2 physical switch and 1 float? That's not many. Okay. Come on, Nebby, get in the bag. Okay. We can do this. Oh, that's a very good start.
Yeah, how many bad jokes do you think the guy who was top 32 made during the whole tournament?
Way too many. It's too tempting not to, though. Get in the bag. It's probably like, oh, there's top 32's in the bag.
Wow.
And then he lost his 2 winning in chances. What a beetle.
Yeah, it's... But top 32 is really impressive in general.
Yeah.
So I think it's alright.
We'll let him off.
I was wondering, how often was the Lily actually useful? Like, more useful than N, for example, in this game? Like, we were talking about Lily and N before you played the deck?
Yeah.
Do you think it's...
Well, I've been against Volk, so I need to end, like, every turn. So, I don't know if this is, like,
fair enough,
fully representative, but...
Yeah.
Okay, so stage 2 of this amazing plan is that they dead draw, okay? Stage 3 of this plan is top deck exactly Lurantis, so that we can Lysander and try and refresh energies without getting KO'd.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, I like this plan.
Oh, I've queued into a Mewtwo.
Oh,
Finally.
he's dead drawn, boys! Okay, we don't have Lurantis though. So, we're gonna Ultra Hide. Like a boss. We're gonna manually attach. Actually, if we manually attach here, that's still better. How many grass energy do we have left? Oh, okay, we have more grass energy. I think it means we just Lysander the Shaman. We pass and pray.
Yeah, I can't see the screen anymore.
Oh.
My internet is not that good.
Uh-oh. He's hitting Elixir. Can he move Shebe? No. Good news. Oh, Floatstone's such a dead card for us. It really doesn't matter where this goes. Get in the bag.
How often did you play Turn 1 Lily in the last 2 games?
Enough.
Enough?
Enough times.
Mm.
I'm so sad. We actually had genuine win conditions here. And we just didn't draw them. Why did I Lysander Shaman over
Default
Hooper?
weakness is so unbalanced.
I Lysander the Shaman above Hooper because this turn I could have... Well, my Sycamore turn could have been Lurantis plus energy, and then I win the game. This way, if I Lysandered up Hooper, they still have a switch out. It just means that the fire energies themselves aren't outs to win the game. But I would have to evade an extra turn of them whiffing, if that makes sense. So... I was just super sad that we didn't end up winning that game. We legitimately had a chance. Which is lame.
I've just queued into a Guardi. I've never been able to play Guardi against Mewtwo. Oh no, I've just queued into a Mewtwo, sorry, and I've never been able to play this matchup, so... This makes up for prizing 2 Guardis the last game. Hopefully.
Joe, what do you think about Vylord?
I think it's really meh right now, because a lot of Vesp was around.
That's true. I don't like Vespi Queen. I don't know.
No?
It's so weird. Like, you're so relying on, like, the striker against Yveltal, and then against Mewtwo it's weird because they have Garbodor and damage change.
Yeah, you can't really just sort of do nothing. What do I think about complexity card gaming? I think there's some good players in there. Good judges as well.
They're not good.
I hear.
They don't win, so they are not good. Yeah, happens. Oh, judging, man. So many crazy things happen at the right tables when you look at the right time. It's so, like, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's sad. But it's definitely, it's always interesting.
Oh, good.
Oh, the top 8 list didn't play the striker.
Yeah, they were some were evolutions, and most of them were just Zorro.
That's even a bit more interesting because it's... I don't know, I don't like Jolteon because of Garbodor, and also your opponent can knock it out.
Yeah.
Like, your opponent can play Lysander on a Jolteon. That's hard for you to get another one going, and even just having another Jolteon doesn't really help you. But yeah, I didn't really play a lot, so I think you can still win. I mean, when I like experience at the moment, so I tend to I think of decks drawing too good. Like when you only think when you only think about the theory, you usually overestimate how well decks draw.
Yeah.
You think like, yeah, they can do this, but in reality, they usually don't do this very often. So I might be biased because of this.
Mm.
Yeah,
Everything
Espion Jax was.
You go.
Yeah, some players played like 1/1 Espion and Mewtwo.
Yeah, a lot of them did. Well, not a lot, but
Espion is a few.
It's really cute. It does help a lot of matchups. Oh my goodness! See, this is where David's point comes to fruition. Like there, you think almost every time my Combi is knocked out, but he literally just drew past, and that is great news. That is the best news of the day.
No fake news.
No fake news.
Yeah, the 1/1 Espion is interesting, but it gives you a way to attack turn 1 while being still a threat. Just because you can kind of upgrade your Espion with 1 extra energy, and then you have the GX attack, which can just take knockouts straight away. Like just imagine you play like just turn 1. It takes its psychic energy to EV. Turn 2 has Flowstone DCE. And just knocks out all combos.
No.
Also, yeah, it hits for weakness, right? The Espion?
Yeah. So it's the Mewtwo counter.
Yeah, so in the mirror match, plus Confusion is so annoying.
Yeah, even 60 Confuse is so annoying for Mewtwo.
Yeah.
But you probably just chill
And I think the Espion has 200 HP, so it's still, because the Mewtwo doesn't hit for weakness, still not that easy to one-hit knock out, especially when you only have 1 energy card.
Exactly.
So I like the Espion. I like the card in general. It has 3 pretty strong attacks, and then the EV has an amazing ability.
Yeah. Seems pretty good. Right, we've got a good question here. Why did Sun and Moon not impact the Anaheim meta nearly as much as expected? I don't think we expected it to too much necessarily. I think we still expected... I think the shock for me really was that the evolutions didn't see more play. Espeon only seeing like the 1/1 tech roll, and Umbreon not really appearing on the map at all. From testing, we quite like Umbreon personally. We know that it struggles against Tauros, so maybe that's just the fear factor. Maybe it's just that it's too early in the season, people not wanting to take risks. That's, I mean, early in the format, not the season. So maybe that's the reason. It just wasn't played much. Or that it's just not good enough. We're still sort of testing Umbreon. We think it's okay still.
It's not out for the count yet. I'm still a believer.
I think Tauros obviously saw a huge impact, but Decidueye and Lurantis, we knew that there was a fear of Volk going into the tournament, and I think that fear just put people off enough. And the fact there's already so much Garbodor, so Decidueye doesn't only have bad matchups to just Volcanion, it has to fight for a lot of matchups.
Yeah. Also, like in general, the Sun and Moon cards are really weird. Like on the one hand, you have to figure out what they're being played good with. On the other hand, I think a lot of Sun and Moon decks really depend on kind of the meta core, which is impossible to make after the new set this as precise as you would need it to. Also, people didn't have too much time to test, so I think a lot of people just put Tauros in their deck. Like just play Evotal from before and then just put Tauros in there. And like you already said, Umbreon is so difficult to deal with Tauros, and Tauros is so strong. So I would be really afraid, just because I know like most people would just put Tauros in their deck and then play what they played before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Even the straight Darkrai, I think one of the two had Tauros in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really hard to deal with it. And thinking about what Sun Moon cards would improve decks that already existed, yeah, like you have Tauros for Yveltal. Mewtwo has nothing really, like the SPM we saw was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, yeah, like the decks that were already good before didn't really gain too much.
It's only like Nest Ball. Some people tried out Kukui, but I think that's like kind of meh in testing.
Yeah, it's like draw two cards is so
Lily is OP though, so
I still don't like it too much. I think Lily is amazing with the like Tapu
Lele.
Lele.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Battle Compressor, either of them. But without both, it feels just wrong.
Yeah, I hear you.
What decks are going to be? What does it say? What decks are going to phase out of popularity when the No Weakness Tapu card comes out?
I think it's hard to say at this point because we haven't seen the full set. Like, we've just seen, obviously, all three of those Tapu cards are really good, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be other good stuff that's going to shift the meta anyway.
Also, probably a fourth one.
Yeah.
Tapu Fini wasn't released yet.
Yeah, hopefully we get a fourth Tapu as well.
Yeah, we also need to see what kind of ideas people come up in the next few months. Because the metagame is brand new. Like, of course, there won't be too many decks. I mean, just stuff like the straight Darkrai, which, like, at the last regionals was the deck to beat.
Yeah.
But before that, no one tested it, I think. And then, yeah, people started playing it more. And this just shows, like, Darkrai it was really long on the format already. And people also knew that XP share was very decent, but no one really made it work.
Yeah, I remember at a few league challenges, people were tinkering around with it. I know one of my friends, Luke, who is often on the stream, he's tried it out before, but the format didn't seem right for it at the time. And now it just sort of doesn't really have to worry about anything, just does its own consistent thing, and a lot of the time that's enough.
What's this, sorry?
Turbo Dark.
Yeah.
Which I said at the beginning of the set, like when evolutions were new, no one really would have think that Darkrai is a good card. Like, it's a good deck concept by itself.
Yeah.
But then, like, the Turbo Dark right now is like one of the most talked about decks, I think, and also one of the decks a lot of people try to beat in their testing with whatever they are going to play for the Sheffield regionals.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's hard to say in before. Like, this is also one of the reasons why I don't like speculating too much about new cards when they're just announced in Japan, because often it doesn't really. I think things changed so much, especially when not even the whole set is released. It was really funny, like the old Darkrai EX with Night Spear. When I saw it the first time, I thought it's really bad. And then, like, 2 months later, someone showed me Dark Patch, and I was like, "Oh my god, what is this? It's crazy!" I didn't see the Dark Patch. I don't know why, but I didn't see it in the deck list, and I thought Darkrai is bad. But well, some of the deck lists have been posted for Anaheim, but I think all the decks are up.
Yeah, a lot of them are on the Charizard. Well, not a lot of them, but they've got a few on the Charizard Lounge. They've got, I think, probably 4 of the top 8, maybe. 4 of the top 8 lists, and then a few more top 16 lists. And a list from Maze as well that's just snuck in there from a League Cup this weekend.
Literally just snuck in, just thrown in for the lads.
It's just right in the middle. It's just right in the middle.
Yeah. It's another very annoying deck. Giratina.
Yeah. I've been playing a bit of Tauros Garb Hammers lately, and I can see how having a Giratina as well is just another thing you've got to think about and play around and stuff like that. So I can see why it is a really difficult thing to, well, an even bigger annoyance.
I think Jack's asking, do you think Volcanion becomes the bit diff when the Turtonator comes out? I don't think Volk will be. I think there's still a lot of things that keep it in check right now. Personally, at least. I think Turtonator's really good though. But that's still a while away. We've not even...
Yeah, we might see a few different cards.
Yeah.
I mean, Tapu Fini will be water.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't know, but it will probably have no weakness.
Yeah.
And maybe it's broken, or maybe not. We don't know yet. So it doesn't really...
Yeah, it's really hard to say.
According to the best decks of Sun and Moon video by OmniPoke, Dark Tina wouldn't be very good anymore. We didn't say it wasn't very good, we said it had to be in the right meta, and it turned out the meta was right.
I actually re-listened to that today, and we said it could take down a tournament if people weren't playing the new Sun and Moon stuff. So I think we literally
did pretty well.
We actually literally used the words "it could win a tournament" if people don't play the new GX stuff.
So Jimbo action, you can take that comment right back.
Have another listen, my friend.
That's our comments on it. Nah, but yeah, it's one of those decks where if I'm pretty sure the kind of the same thing happened a little earlier in the format. If it's just forgotten about, and people start playing a lot of EXs and just all of these little things that people forget about what Tina can do and stuff like that. It's definitely a strong deck. I think it's a deck that now people are aware of. Again, they're going to think about the implications of Tina and stuff. So it's maybe not the best choice, again, for a little while. But it's definitely, I think, a strong deck in the right metagame.
Anyway. That gives everyone an excuse to go back and watch our video for the mad views. There we go.
And now you get just double views. Everyone watched it twice.
Wait, were they right? Let's go and have a look.
Doesn't even matter, we're getting the views. Scumbags.
Or just lie to them. Tell them like, yeah, we said it's the best deck. And then they're like, hey, did they? And they rewatch it and they're like, no, you didn't.
No, you definitely didn't.
Oops.
Skullgrunt OP. Ah, whiff. Damn it, Skullgrunt.
Yeah, my Twitch died. I can't see the stream. I can't see the chat.
No. They're all berating me.
Oops.
So, we really need to pull Umbreon GX out of these prizes. Nope, that's Vaporeon.
I also think that Umbreon is a lot better with the choice band.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think you can make a strafe build even. Or like more focus on strafe at least.
Choice band you can do decent damage with strafe.
Yeah.
Or how the first attack is? The first attack is called strafe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then also you can take better two-hit knockouts or one-hit knockouts when you have the weakness guy in play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! I've just seen the image you sent, David. That's not how the stream is meant to look.
I think we lose because not only is our Umbreon prize, but so is Super Rod. So I'm limited to 30 damage for a little while. So this is going to be fun.
Oh, the stream works again. Nice. So I see Umbreon and Rattata.
Let's go, Rattata. Let's go.
Do you play Raticate?
Yeah, one off.
Oh yeah, good at Raticate.
Good old Raticate. Right, we just have to Lysander around and just sort of wait till we hit Super Rod. Yeah, don't worry guys, we'll go over the lists from the Charizard Lounge in a little bit. Maybe after this game. We'll have a look at them.
Yeah, fine by me. Oh. Wow, Sheffield is in a week and a half. That's really crept up on me.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky Sheffield.
Do you think it would be longer away or?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess because it was announced in December, I've always kind of thought, oh, that seems like ages away. When actually it's not anymore. It's really close.
Yeah.
And then we've got, what is it, 2 months until Birmingham? I don't remember when Birmingham is.
Something like that.
Ugh, I don't know.
When is Malmö? Malmö is after Sheffield, right?
Yeah. Malmo's 2 weeks after.
Ah, perfect.
Oh, we're in so much trouble, guys. We are in so much trouble. It's unreal. Oh, we were so good in this game. We were setting up damage all over the shop, and then just suddenly out of attackers.
How often did you lose today?
I don't think I've won a game yet, damn it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just saying.
Sometimes you have these days.
Oh man, they're too frequent
Shouldn't
for me.
change your deck all the time.
I know, but I'm just doing it because I'm like rage quitting from one deck and just starting another.
That's how it works.
Yep, every time. I don't see how we ever win this game without an attacker. No, let's concede. Goodness sake, game. All the damage was all over the shop. The hammers were coming in. It was great. Rattata put in work. If only we could get an attacker going.
Okay.
We were there. We were totally there. I think Umbreon can beat Turbo Dark if it doesn't have to Sycamore one and then your buddy as well, and then prize the Super Rod on the other one.
Umbreon, it's Turbo Dark. I'm even in that matchup so far, so yeah, it definitely can win it.
I think with Rats as well, it makes it so much better because you can just get rid of their Fury Bolts.
Yeah, that means it's a 2-shot, not a 3-shot, which is nice.
Okay, enough moaning from me. Let's go.
Oh, I've got another Mewtwo. This is great. I'm loving Guardy tonight. It's just hitting all the Mewtwo's. 3 stats.
What's Joe's win-loss currently? Don't know, mate. Don't know. You're gonna have to look back.
You'll have to rewatch the stream. Hey, more views.
Hey. What should we look at first, Jack? The top 32 or the decks themselves? I think the top 32.
Yeah, I feel like the top 32 as an overview.
Okay, let's hop on over to Monitor Capture and hope this works. Hey, we did it. Okay, so we've hopped on over to Charizard Lounge. And we're going to have a look at the Anaheim results. The first weekend of Sun and Moon being legal. The Charizard Lounge is great at compiling all the stats together on the deck list, what was played, looking at the meta share, their championship points and stuff like that. So we'll have a look and see what's been doing well and what's not. Before the tournament, there was a lot of hype around Turbo Dark, Mewtwo, and Volcanion, as well as Rayquaza and Yveltal still. I think those were some of the biggest things being mentioned. Not many new decks were being talked about. I think a lot of people had written off Decidueye after early testing, mainly because of Garbodor and Volk hype. I think the same can be said for Lurantis, although the Plume build was still being talked about somewhat. Again, a lot of people were thinking it's just not too powerful right now. Its numbers weren't great in terms of the damage output it could come out with. Solgaleo hadn't really been figured out too much, apart from those people who read the Elite Trainer Box little piece of paper, whatever it is, and got enlightened about Solgaleo Lurantis. So really from Sun and Moon, as we've already mentioned earlier on today, it's only really Tauros and like tech cards like Nest Ball being fit into decks that are already currently good, more than anything being popular. So that's really reflected in the top 32 that we can see here. Lots of placements for Turbo Dark, 7 in total. It's just really solid, efficient damage. The lists have been ironed out quite a lot by now. A lot of them playing either, well, a combination of Parallel City and oftentimes Silent Lab. Silent Lab trying to keep Volk in check. I know that I think the second place list only played 2 Parallel City. Even that's quite good against Volk to an extent, and you just try and out-hit them. Maybe weave in a Hex and try and win the 2-hit war. So Turbo Dark doesn't really have any bad matchups, I don't think. Against Mewtwo, it's really about how much damage you put on the board for the first attack to stay out of range of awkward damage changes, and then try and ramp up a little bit more the next turn to be awkward for them. And also you have resistance, so it's often a 2-hit KO war, and it's a lot of back and forth, that matchup, it feels like. I know players on both sides would sort of say who's favoured against who, so we'll say it's a pretty balanced matchup. Against like everything else, it doesn't really fear much. I think Mega Ray is hard, but the Stadium War and N is really the only comeback factor for you. But looking down the list, it doesn't have too many awkward matchups. I think Solgaleo Lunala would... no, Solgaleo Lurantis. I think they've actually typed that in wrong, right?
It should be Lurantis.
That would be really hard for Turbo Dark. And so would Waterbox, I think. And Guardy to an extent. But I think Turbo Dark is never going to be like less than 40% in a matchup, just because consistency and speed gets you there a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, 7 placements for that deck. I can't remember how many made the top 8. Was it just 2? 2 Turbo Dark? 2 regular Turbo Dark?
I think 2.
And then 1 Dragon build, right? Yeah.
I think that was it.
Yeah, that's not really Turbo Dark.
Yeah, it's a different... It has really different matchups playing the Dragons. And it has different ways of winning the game as well. So yeah, Mega Mewtwo... Go on.
A bit whack, just in general, because there's a double Dragon Energy, which you can't attach to Darkrai. So you're often forced to spend your attachment on the bench on something that isn't Darkrai.
Yeah.
But I actually like the list a lot, that one with the XP shares.
Yeah, same. 3
It feels a bit more like the straight Darkrai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I heard his tournament report on the Chaos Gym on YouTube, and a lot of the time he was just saying like, well, then my next attacker came up and finished him off, and it's like, yeah, the 2 EXP share means that you're always having the next attacker, just like you're playing a regular Turbo Dark build. So yeah, Mega Mewtwo, the most successful lists were mainly playing a 1-1 Espeon. We've already mentioned it's really good for Mirror, really good for Vespiquen, potentially good in other matchups as well. Just sort of placing those counters can be good in random spots, even just confusing things, and simply not being a Mega Pokemon can be an out against Giratina. So there's a lot of reasons why the 1-1 line gives you a lot of value. So yeah, looking forward. A lot of the Mewtwo lists were also playing just a 2-1 line of Garb. Some with Hex, some just playing 2-1. So that's kind of cheeky, but I don't necessarily mind it too much. Recently I've been playing a build with just Hex, so I think, yeah, it's still solid. Just good damage. Damage change is annoying for a lot of decks still, so it's still pretty good. Anything to say about Mewtwo? Anything else to say?
Not really. I think it's just another of those decks that seemed like a really strong pick, and it turned out to just win through being a good deck rather than having amazing matchups Like everywhere, it just I think in general, it was a really good deck to pick anyway.
And also there was Ray hype, so they felt safe enough that there wouldn't be much Guardy. So yeah. Then Vespiquen being the third most popular deck to cut in top 32 was quite surprising for me. I thought Vespiquen is often a really good deck when you know the metagame inside and out, and you can tech for the certain meta, Pokemon-wise. And it was interesting to see the different builds that sort of came out with the list. There was the list of Herdia that gained a lot of traction. That also played like paint rollers and stuff. Personally, not a huge fan, but I have been trying it out just to be open-minded and to see how it runs. Doesn't actually run that badly, and Herdia gets you like pretty much everything that Milotic can. Just because it gets you VS Seeker, so it gets you supporters. It gets you paint roller, so you can bounce a stadium, so it's almost like getting a stadium. And it can get special charge, so it can almost get DCE a lot of the time. So Herdia is like okay. I don't know if I would play it over Milotic. Like, it's safer than Milotic.
I think the reason why they played it was because the CGI doesn't knock it out so easy, but seeing that the CGI didn't really was played a lot, I guess you can argue that Milotic makes more sense from that perspective.
Yeah, but at the same time, Espeon and Umbreon both are awkward, and at least Espeon's more likely to see play now. And especially because Mewtwo saw popularity. Maybe there'll be more straight Espeon builds coming out, like Espeon Zoroark.
Yeah, just Espeon with one other card that's great. I think Espeon you can do a lot with.
Yeah, I'm trying out Espeon Zoro right now. I don't think that's a terrible archetype. It does sort of struggle against hammer builds, but really that's one of its only concerns. Everything else seems kind of okay. So yeah, the Vespiquen, a lot of them are using Evolutions. A lot of them are using Zoroark. A lot of them were using the combination of both and just fing it all in. So really it's just good, consistent non-EXs, and just being non-EXs right now in a field full of EXs is no bad thing, especially when late game you ramp so much that you just one-hit KO stuff by the end of the game. So yeah, Vespi still strong. I think Vespi really has to be concerned about the Darkrai Dragons list that ended up winning, because obviously Giratina's now a problem. Probably end up having to play Ranger. Even if you do play Ranger, I think Giratina is still really hard for you. You need to go completely balls to the wall and just dump everything and like hope that you can hit 210 by like turn 3 to keep up in that game, or hope that they're trying to build up Giratina on the bench, so that you can attach like 3 DC on your board before they start Chaos Wheeling. There's ways around it. I mean, like, even just attaching a DC to a Tauros and having that in the active, that can potentially be really good for you as the Vespi player. Especially because the Dark Dragons list didn't play any Energy Denial. So you can just sit there with Tauros, but then again, they also played like 3 ropes, so they get around Tauros quite a lot. So yeah, there's avenues for Vespi, but you do have to be concerned about Giratina now. Like, going into the tournament, no one was talking about Dark Dragons, really. When I did a poll on Hey Fonte, it was the least popular deck that I listed.
That made me laugh.
Which was quite funny.
The fact that just it completely went under the radar.
It was
and then,
lower than like Scizor and stuff in terms of votes. That was crazy. So yeah. Then with 3 cuts each, Yveltal and Mega Ray. Yveltal pretty much unchanged, still just a really solid deck. I think a lot of them were dropping the E-Hammer, just because they wanted to go for consistency instead. When it's an unknown blind meta, you don't really know how good the E-Hammers will be all day. So that's understandable. A lot of them obviously playing Tauros now. Not necessarily the Ninja Boy package, but sometimes just like 2 Tauros on their own, because Tauros is also just decent.
A good card.
Slap 1 energy and go, force outs from the opponent, force them to dig for 1 or 2 off cards that they play.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not really going anywhere. I like the fact that Taurus also just covers weakness, it's something that's not weak to lightning, so you're slightly more protected against, like, ha ha ha, I'm playing zebras, I win. So that's, like, kind of cool. It makes a safe deck even safer, which is, like, a really cool trait to have for you, Voltol.
Yeah, also a lot of decks struggle without playing Taurus, and they just don't know really what to do against it.
It's
or
so
they with
good to play
whatever they
around.
need because of Garbodor, that kind of stuff.
And then Mega Ray, we've already mentioned, it can just blow things up. It can just have those turns where you win in those games where you win in like 4 turns just because you hit the damage and people, end you and you still got the out, or they just couldn't find parallel quickly enough, or this, that, or the other. There wasn't much Giratina apart from the one player who ended up winning the event. And I think he played a few Rays in the day. I think Ray was quite popular, and from what it sounded like, he was just slaying them one by one, doing the same bog standard approach, because I think a lot of the ones that
it
just sounds super easy, especially because like a lot of the Rays he played against, he said that they weren't playing Jirachi. I think out of like 4 Ray players, he played one that had a Jirachi in it. So I think Ray, to adapt, probably does need to play Jirachi again to try and handle Giratina popping back up. I don't necessarily think you play Ranger. I think you just have to still play Hex and try and 2-hit Fruitina if you can. But mainly it's just going to be trying to use Jirachi promo to bail you out in that matchup. But other than that, Ray just is the same 60 as it used to be. I'm still a fan of puzzles. David and Jack, are you fans of puzzles in Ray?
Yeah, I think you need it.
Yeah, I personally am. I think there's too many games that you lose if you don't have that extra DCE or that extra, like rather than just shuffling them in, having access to straight into the hand is so useful. And there's a lot of little cards that I think Ray needs to just always hit to be able to win.
Just it gets you that counter stadium that much more often. It gets you the Mega Turbo that much more often. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then Volcanion, the deck that was like tipped off by many to like take down the event, only made 2 placements. That's actually one of the lowest amounts Volcanion has placed all season, I think, in top 32. And I think really it's just the fact that it was on the radar. Volk was in Mewtwo, it's in Yveltal, Turbo Dark plays at least Silent Lab, if not Hex as well. Vespiquen, even a lot of the time they're playing Vaporeon, which I know it doesn't make it like an easy game for them, but Taurus as well can be awkward in the early turns for Volk. There's a lot of awkward things for Volk. Everyone had it on their mind, so no one went into the tournament saying I can lose to Volk and be okay with it. Everyone had that on the radar, and even if it's a list that doesn't necessarily like Volk, they try to have answers and ways around it, so you can see why Volk didn't succeed as much as people thought. And also the fact that Grass wasn't played really at all because people were sticking to safe decks, which is, oftentimes a trait for a big tournament. People want to go with tried and tested rather than balls to the wall. Here's a new thing that I've tried like 20 or 30 games with. I think it's good enough. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Go on.
On that same thought, I think I saw a comment earlier on talking about how whether we overhyped Decidueye or Lurantis, because of, like they weren't really they basically weren't decks at Anaheim. There was only I guess 2 out of the top 32 that played either of those. But I think that was more, again, it's more based on the safety rather than these being bad cards. Because I think both of the cards are actually really good still. It was kind of like so unknown.
Yeah. Blind
Everyone
meta.
was hyping everything.
The best players weren't playing those decks, so they were choosing other decks, and when the best players are playing other decks, you're seeing not those lists cut very often. So
yeah,
that's only natural. And yeah, like we say, Volk probably struggled in this tournament because there's a lot of Rayquaza, which isn't necessarily an auto loss, but it's not an easy matchup for you at all. Turbo Dark is even. Mewtwo is very difficult. I think it's heavily in Mewtwo's favour against the Volk player. And yeah, just not hitting as many freebies as they'd have liked. It's hard for Volk to do well, as we've seen all season. If it's a heavy Garb format, it can be rough for Volk. I don't know if they were playing catcher builds or just standard builds. That might be something, if you're thinking of playing Volk in future, maybe you have to look to play catchers to try and balance out your Volcanion matchups. Your Garbodor matchups. I don't really know how you tech for Mewtwo. I even thought about today playing Evolution's non-EX Mewtwo in Volk as your non-EX attacker, but because you commit so much energy to Volcanion, the Mewtwo EXs don't have to commit that much to themselves. Therefore, the Evolution's Mewtwo is not even that good good in Volcanion. So yeah, I don't know how you really beat Mewtwo as a Volk player, because, or maybe there's something I'm not thinking of that can make you win that matchup. What do you think about Volk? Does it remain popular? Does it just become hidden? Is Mewtwo going to be countered heavily enough that Volk can stay around? What do you guys think?
I think
it's one of these decks that will had a bad tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's still super consistent. If people start dabbling with the Solgaleo Lurantises and the Decidueyes and stuff, it immediately gets so many nice matchups if people are a little bit more ballsy. And that's exactly what Volk wants. Like, it wants people to try and over-predict so it can just come in with consistency and weakness and just completely steamroll into top 32. Yeah. I still don't know whether... Like, I think once you get to the top 32, that's when you are going to see more of the Mewtwo's and the Turbo Dark. So again, I don't know whether it's a deck that is more reliable on getting the top 32 and not getting to top 8, but is one of the best decks to get to top 32, just because it can really steamroll. And like I say, consistency is huge. But I feel like David said, it was maybe just a bad tournament. People were obviously hyping Mewtwo as well, and it's not a fun matchup at all.
It's often weird though. It's often after you see something like Mewtwo perform so well, it actually goes down in play the next tournament, because people are scared to play Mewtwo, because Mewtwo's a deck that does have an auto loss in the format in Gardevoir. So seeing so many Mewtwo do well puts people off playing Mewtwo themselves, and if people are put off Mewtwo, that's good news for Volk, I think. Even if it means that they go from Mewtwo to just play Yveltal, that's a small bonus in your win percentage in that matchup, I would say. And it's easier for you to tech to beat Yveltal than it is to beat Mewtwo, so that's pretty cool. Alrighty, then it's just a few one-offs here and there. Obviously, Dark Dragons is the deck that ended up winning the entire tournament. Listening to his tournament report, both of the dragons in his list, Salamence and Giratina, put in a lot of work. He played against a lot of Vespiquen, where Chaos Wheel would just win him the game. Similar for Salamence, anything like Volcanion is really good, especially when he has the 2 EXP share. He can just chill. Once the Salamence does... Either Salamence takes 4 prizes off his own 2, and then he just finishes off the game, or he takes the big burst KO, they respond on him, and then it becomes a 2-hit KO from there. And as the Darkrai Dragons player starts whittling down the EXs, they have less chance to steam up against you. So the numbers end up being more favourable for you towards the late game. So he did. I think he won, tied, and lost against Volk. I think one of his only losses was to Volk, or his only loss even, I think, in day 1. So yeah, it's just solid against a lot of things. Potentially better in Mirror, because you have more physical ramp cards, because every double dragon is a +40.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that the dragons are good in the matchup, although Salamence is. It stops your opponent just going, Hooper, let's find all my Darkrai's, let's put an EXP share on all of them. It kind of puts some fear into the Turbo Dark player, makes them be more mid-rangey and put down a 2 or 3 Darkrai maximum. Maybe stops them putting down that extra Shaman, stuff like that. So it's sort of hidden effects that you don't see from just threatening a Salamence that can help you win games at times.
Yeah.
Going into the next tournament, do you think a lot of people will pick up the Dragon build? Do you think it'll still be niche? Do you think it's a good play still? What do you guys think?
I think more people will pick it up, because it's naturally it's done well, and I think Turbo Dark is still a very good deck in the format, and you seem to have a good matchup against that. Same with Volcanion. If you're running the one Salamence, that really, really helps in that matchup. It's just another threat, like at all times. Mm-hmm. So I can see people picking it up. I don't know whether that's the correct thing to do, because I feel like because it's done well, people are going to have it on the radar, and are going to be thinking about, okay, I need to potentially beat this deck, because people are going to be picking it up and playing it. But I like the deck won this weekend for a reason, and I think it's not a bad, if it's what you've got to play, it's not a bad call at all, because it's clearly a good deck. And I think, again, in the right meta, I think it could repeat the exact same thing if the meta was right in Sheffield.
Yeah, nice. I like it. So in terms of trying to counter the dragon build, is it a case of just trying to squeeze some E-hammers in, like Yveltal goes back to playing like 2 E-hammer? Or...
I think the hammers are the biggest way forward. That, and the decks that can utilize Jirachi, it also helps. Yeah. But I think hammers is one of the biggest ways to deal with it, just because in the same way that they're ramping for more with a plus 40, each of your hammers is then a minus 40.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the double dragons are both really good and really bad at the same time, because they can speed you up and slow you down just as equally as each other. So I think hammers is something that I think is going to be seen a lot more over the next probably week or so, just because people are going to have kind of a knee-jerk reaction to having to deal with Tina.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next, Gyarados, which is a surprise one-off for me, definitely. I think it's... Let me check who the player is who played it. I think it was Jose Marrero. Yeah,
I think so too.
Yeah, I think
this man just has balls like a bison to go into this tournament playing Gyarados. I think he was just hoping that there was Volt Hype and thinking that, you know what, Decidueye, no one's going to play that, it's too risky. So maybe I can get away with it. But for me, I still think Gyarados is way too crazy to play, especially because Mewtwo's playing the 1/1 Espeon now. I think that'll become more commonplace. Maybe more people are going to be brave and play Umbreon, because I still think Umbreon's really good in the format. I think if you find a way around Tauros in your list, it's still a really good archetype, and that can be awkward for Gyarados. And because Volt didn't perform, maybe now we'll see a little bit more Decidueye than we used to. And again, because Volk didn't perform, you lose one of your auto wins as Gyarados. So I think Gyarados, it's only one guy who did well with it, and a very notable player doing well with it.
I think if there was a tournament that it was going to do well with in Sun and Moon, it was definitely going to be this one, just because this is the tournament that people are going to take the least risks. They're going to probably play as standard as possible, so it means that you can squeak out that final big tournament where you're going to be hitting meta decks, and as long as you know how to beat those meta decks, you're fine. Because I think going into Sheffield and in general, people are going to be a little bit more creative with things like Decidueye and Umbreon, just because they've seen the format is still where it is. They've seen that not much has changed so far, so they can adapt their lists to that. So I think this was the perfect time if Gyarados had a perfect time, but I think it's a pretty bad play from now on, just because there's so many new cards that are just threats.
Mm-hmm, definitely. Then Solgaleo.
Yeah, Gyarados is already...
Go on, David.
Yeah, just wanted to confirm that I think playing Gyarados is so brave.
Yeah.
And especially now, I think it's like there's no way you can play Gyarados again. But yeah, Solgaleo Lurantis, I think we already talked about earlier. Yeah. It's very interesting. Because it's so it feels very inconsistent. But when you keep the consistency aside, you have a lot of there is nothing Poke decks can really do against you. But again, this is one of these decks that will have a hard time against Volcanion. And I think I also struggle with Mega Rayquaza.
Yeah. Even though Mega Ray doesn't necessarily have to one-hit KO the Solgaleo. like it often can't because of its HP. And not many raids have
Yeah, of course, but
but that doesn't matter. Just the
turn
speed
one
kills you. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with Volcanion, where it can just like completely go crazy turn one.
Hey man, I almost beat it on stream, but then I didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just an old school setup deck where it's really uninteractive. It's if I get my board going, I'm, and it's not a bad matchup for me, I probably just win. Because high HP, ridiculous damage, the engine figures itself out with cool abilities and stuff. Even with ability lock, although it is painful, it's not like the end of the world like some other ability focused decks. And yeah, the numbers just work out really nice for the deck, and just having inherently high HPs is a good thing for you. So it's one that I'm testing, gonna profile it on Friday. We've already thrown up a few games with it just today, and there's still work to be done on the list itself. But yeah, it's an archetype that you still have to be pretty ballsy to play it, because Volcanion is an auto loss that you probably have to take. Rayquaza is hard. Even Vespiquen to an extent is hard, just because the deck's not great at dealing with lots of single prize attackers. It's much better. It much prefers just taking 3 big blow up to win the game. But we'll see how that goes. I think you can tech potentially for it. It doesn't have much space for techs, but you can potentially tech for it. So yeah, decent archetype, and we've been shown the way by, I think it was Drew who played it. And let's not forget that he, I think he lost both of his win-ins to make it to top 8. He had 2 opportunities to do it, and it was just inconsistency rather than bad matchups.
Yeah, exactly. He said he lost and tied one.
Oh, lost and tied. Okay. Like it was against like Mewtwo and stuff, where you'd expect it to just sort of bread and butter win the game, but the deck just failed him at the precise moment when you don't want it to. So that's pretty rough.
Yeah, similar to what Ninja. Like,
yeah,
you don't set up, you just sit there and don't know. Isn't a lot you can do. Like with decks like Yveltal, you can still do something when you draw really bad, as long as your opponent doesn't draw like perfect. You just need like 2 energies. But I mean, when you draw bad, so when you have no supporters, you probably have a few energy cards, so at least you can do something. But all you can do with Greninja is like try to bubble. Yeah. And that doesn't really help too much. And with Lurantis, you can't do anything at all. You can just like draw paths.
I'm just so glad a Solgaleo list got top 32. Like that's the biggest thing. I love Solgaleo. I'm so glad someone did well with it.
Yeah, he's just a hero now.
Really?
And this is a guy who's been playing Greninja all season as well, so he just doesn't mind the fact that decks can crap out on him. Just sort of takes it on the chin.
I mean, you have like, as originals, you have like 9 rounds, so when you only play 5, that's still enough games.
Oh, well. Okay. Next up is the really interesting Decidueye Lugia Tauros with a 2/2/2 Vileplume line. I don't know where to start with this, really. I need to... Well, you can check this out on Hey Fonte and Verbank. I believe it's been posted on there. And his decision-making process around why he's playing the Vileplume, when to put Vileplume into play, what it provides for you matchup-wise, other things that he wanted in and out the list. I remember just briefly skim reading it. He wasn't a huge fan of the Tauros, although it did cause issue for some decks. So it was literally a 1 of Lugia, 1 of Tauros, really thick Decidueye, and just the 2/2/2 Plume. Playing no VS Seekers, that's sort of where he made his cuts, and then he had a load of speed cards. I like having a really speedy Decidueye with like 7 ball search cards, lots of males, really thick lines of all those sorts of cards. I like that because, Decidueye is only good when it does get going, and it's an extra stage 2 line that you're shoving in the list, so you need to sort of compensate with lots of extra draw power. I still really like Decidueye as an archetype. It's still finding its feet. I'm not personally sure if Vileplume is the answer, but someone's found it to be an answer for themselves, which is pretty interesting. How do you guys see the deck trying to set up? Is its average turn 1 look for Plume, the rest comes later? Or is it find Decidueye, build the board, and Vileplume late game stops them finding their outs? How do you think it gets played?
I think John posted a report on his Hay Trainer.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I mean, the Vileplume isn't really necessary, so I think you should set up Decidueye and then put Vileplume into play to lock the game.
Yeah.
Because you can't do anything once you have Vileplume in play. Like, you need a good board, and then you can just heal the deck with Vileplume.
Yeah.
And even though it's a stage 2, because of course with Forest of Giant Plants and the Revitalizer, you can do this very easily. But there are so many decks that can only win against you because of certain item cards.
Sure.
So, yeah, I think that's pretty good.
I think that's how I see it as well, yeah. I think you still do the turbo Decidueye stuff, and like we're saying, getting that Vileplume down just means that you just lock them out of the game from there. I think you limit yourself too much if you go for Vileplume too early.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a deck that I really want to try, actually. Vileplume is something that I haven't played with Decidueye, and I feel like I've played a lot of different partners with Decidueye. So it's something I want to try, but I think I don't know how much it helps in comparison to how, like, that's 6 cards, whereas a Trev is 1. And
well, this is one thing I'm just gonna off the cuff pitch it to you now. What about a 1/1/1 Vileplume in that deck?
now we're talking.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but I think the chance of pricing 1 of 3 cards is.
But you already
annoying
played Town Map in the list. If I'm playing 1/1/1, I'm playing Town Map anyway, and you're playing Revitalizer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think that makes actually with the Revitalizer. It doesn't make too big of a difference, especially because you have level balls as well.
Yeah.
But it's just
I
so
don't-
that it's
You
so
play
that,
level balls, so it's not.
Has David died? I hope he's still there.
Oh yeah, I couldn't hear you.
Oh,
But
okay.
you're back now.
Yeah.
So I just said, like, even with, like, you have level ball, Revitalizer, and Town Map, so I think a 1/1/1 line could work.
Yeah.
Just try it out.
I think I want to try
See?
that. I think that sounds like more like my cup of tea, really. It's weird.
Cup of
It's weird. I feel like only playing if you put Vileplume down late game, it can also just lose you the game because like they're like, haha, Lysander, I have it in hand. Good game.
Yeah.
Because you don't really hold your float stones in that list. You want to put them down on your Decidueyes a lot of the time.
But what's the problem? Like, when your opponent Lysander's Vileplume, they just knock it out, and then you're.
But
just
no,
in
they
the game
stall.
again.
They stall. I mean,
Yeah, but you have to see, like you deal damage.
yeah, I guess that's true.
I was gonna say you're still.
When
you're
they
still,
never
like,
attack, you can
hitting.
just use the ability and then
Yeah, that's
wait
fair.
until they are knocked out.
And another cool thing,
So
obviously.
it would only make a big difference if you have, like, really, like, if you didn't take a lot of prizes, and then also your opponent, like, your deck is very slim as well, so you would deck out before you draw your prize cards.
Yeah.
But I think otherwise it's not a big problem.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to try the 1/1/1. I think that's where I want to pursue the Vileplume rather than 2/2/2. But I can see why he did it. I'm just greedy with spaces. I think cutting 2 spaces because one of those Vileplume pieces becomes a map and you gain 2 slots, I think that's pretty cool in my opinion.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And you never put down a second plume like ever. So
No.
okay.
Very rarely.
Oh, what's also cool is if you play Beedrill now, you can Beedrill while Vileplume's in, and they can't reattach float stones to like Garb, and then you just completely wreck the game. Lysander, Garb, Beedrill, put the plume in. It's like, well, shake my hand now, buddy.
You
It's
can't
over.
even attach another energy to Beedrill and then attack with it.
Exactly. The dream.
Just like It's the weirdest thing you can do.
4 heads and 1
It's the Glaceon
feather
counter.
arrow, that's 180.
The Glaceon counter is here, boys. Okay.
It's so weird.
Okay.
It's 160 HP. Right?
Yeah, only 160. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's not a big difference, but
That's all you need. Okay. Waterbox as a one-of in the top 32. What do you think about this list? Waterbox as a deck, as an archetype, David? Are you a fan or not?
I think every time someone tells me you like Waterbox, I just say I don't really like it at all.
No?
Like, I think Lapras is so and just looking at just Lapras itself is so underwhelming.
Oh
But-
man, I'm being won over by Lapras. The more I play it personally, I think it's just, more than anything, I just love Rough Seas in this format. I think Rough Seas is so broken right now. In a really heavy 2-hit KO meta, when you're moving around, you're doing your shenanigans, and you're just healing so much. With Fury Belted Laprases, it's just like so much tankiness. I just love the health more than anything else that Lapras has.
Yeah, it's 190 HP.
Yeah, 190.
Yeah, 190. I think
Yeah,
I understand I understand both sides. I think having 190 plus, I guess going up to 230 with Fury Belt and Rough Seas means you just don't ever get one shot. It's insane. But I think like his Lapras's attacks are kind of underwhelming to an extent.
Yeah, they are.
Like the 160 and then you can't attack next turn is obviously that's huge if you're managing to attach a Fury Belt and hit 170 because that is taking 2 prizes. But there's a lot of garb in format at the moment, meaning that you don't always have free retreat. I think there's just a lot of little hurdles that that put me off Lapras enough to not want to try it. I don't think it's necessarily awful, but I think that there's a lot of little things that can just trip it up enough for it to not win against some of the more top tier decks.
I think in terms of matchups that it doesn't like seeing, obviously like Decidueye and other grass stuff, but like Rayquaza and Mega Mewtwo I think are really hard matchups, and Vespi as well. Vespi is really down to just pray that you have Glaceon. I guess to an extent the similar can be said for Mewtwo, other than you Lysandering Mewtwo's before they Mega and hitting 170. But like, I don't know. I think it's an okay archetype in the right meta, but it's just not there yet.
Yeah, but have you seen the list on Charizard launch?
No, we'll get onto that in a moment.
Oh, fair enough.
I know that it's got E-Hammers, right? It's like a really stally list.
Oh, it doesn't have Fighting Fury, but that's all I wanted to say.
Oh no!
Oh, okay.
Is it playing balloons?
Lucky Helmet.
Oh baby! Okay.
Yeah, I thought you saw that the other day, Joe.
I'm
You know when I
ready.
texted you about the Lapras list?
I was blinded by the E-Hammers.
You didn't mention the lucky helmets. I was like, is he just not commenting on them? Or
Oh my days. Okay. Well then, we have some
I
discussion.
mean, I actually
to do.
like Lucky Helmet in this format because there is no way to just discard it randomly.
Mhm.
So it almost all the time it's just like draw 2 cards.
But what are you trying to draw into as Aquabox? Just
No, just the cards you need. Like it's nothing.
nothing specific. But... Okay. Right, we'll get onto that in a moment. Rainbow Road sneaks in, top 32, 1 placement.
yeah, I don't have much to say about this. I think it's just
The deck
another-
is probably 60 cards without any Sun and Moon cards in it.
maybe a
Maybe
single
a
nest ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's exactly the same as it used to be. So yeah. And then 1 Guardy. I think underrepresented more than anything else. Obviously there was the fear of Rayquaza. But looking to Sheffield, I think a lot of people will tip this off to be a good play. Because Herp Derp, you win Mewtwo through weakness. And you have resistance on Darkrai. Sure, they have resistance on you, but you do a more solid baseline. You always 2-hit KO them, in my eyes.
Yeah.
And they don't always 2-hit KO you. You can play Fairy Drops if you wish. You can also just Despair a half-damaged Mega off your board to deny their prizes. You're getting rid of Shamans and Hoopers. Although they have Parallel, sometimes they don't get rid of all those cards. So it feels like you're slightly favoured against Turbo Dark, in my opinion. Turbo Dark Dragons, I think you're also similarly favoured. You can Lysander KO Dragons if you want to. Obviously, you have to use a Link Blast on a Giratina rather than Lysander with a Mega, because that would be quite stupid. But yeah, I think Mega Guardi, in terms of new decks, it fears the Solgaleo Lurantis. But everything else, I feel like it can pretty much tackle the rest of the format. Vespiquen is difficult. They play Klefki sometimes, but even less so than ever. Even then, you have the Rattata if you want to play the pure Steam Siege build. So I think you're sort of in stalemate, and it's really down to how you can slow down their Vespiquen before they get beefy. Maybe you even play Karen if you want to. Just Karen in general could be an answer to Vespiquen if you're super paranoid about it. I don't think Vespi will be popular enough to warrant Karen in a lot of lists, unless you're really bad against Vespi from the offset.
But at least Gardevoir is the only deck that can actually use Karen.
Yeah, it can it makes sense to play Karen, right?
Yeah, other than just I win against Vespiquen.
Yeah. It's like, if you're in a real pinch, you can Karen if you have to in other matchups, and just put 7 good outs to end back in your list if you're not under Garb lock. So yeah, the one-off Guardi, I'm looking at it as being a more popular list than it was in Anaheim towards Sheffield. I think it will be one that's more on the radar for people just because it's an easier call than it was. But it does still have to fear Ray, to be honest, I think. Anything else, guys, about the top 32?
Don't think so. I think it was an unsurprising top 32, but like it was kind of expected as well. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly expected. Yeah. Just we've got to wait for Sun and Moon to be real impactful, I think.
Yeah. And then quick notes on the top 8 for those who don't know. The Darkrai Tina Salamence ended up winning. 2 Turbo Darks, 2nd and 3rd place. Vespiquen Zoroark in 4th. Then Yveltal Garb Tauros, Mewtwo, Vespi, Zoro, Vaporeon, and then the other Mewtwo with Espeon were the top 8ers as well. So there we go. Very standard cut. You know, we've seen all these decks before. 2 Vespi is fairly surprising. Just on personal experience in terms of how the deck draws. But, I mean, it's just still potentially a powerhouse. So, yeah, I guess it just sort of out-hits a lot of decks. So, yeah. Decent. Let's have a look at these lists that we do have information of. Again, on the Charizard Lounge, there's a little tab up here that just says deck lists. Click on that, and it's got a handful of the lists that have been so far revealed. Pokemon.com have yet to do the full reveal or whatever on their list, but Wambot is doing God's work here and collating as much as he can. So we'll start off with the winners list, Kenny Britton's. We actually did a Darkrai Dragons list very recently on the channel, and it was only a few cards away from this, so I'm fairly content. And his 60th card choice was actually the second Yveltal. It was either the second Yveltal or I can't remember what his other card was. I think it was Kukui that he was debating as his 60th card. In the end, he went with 2 Yveltal. I think that's the only difference between mine and his Pokemon lineup. Energy lineup, he's actually playing 10 Dark, so that's really high amount of total energy in his deck. Normally, Turbo Dark just plays 12 energy. Normal Yveltal play 4 DCE, 9 Dark, so actually playing a full 14 energy is potentially clunky, but it just does mean that he does not miss a beat of ramp and a beat of damage, and it means he still hits a lot of elixir, and it means he still follows up with an attachment per turn.
I really like, the more I think about 14 energy, the more I really like it in a deck like this. I think you've got so much ramp from the double dragons. If you compare that with being able to hit every single elixir in your list,
that's absurd.
It means that you it's another thing that, like, Turbo Dark and this list kind of settle on going for a 2-shot, then a 2-shot, then potentially a 1-shot. In this, you can actually get to the point where you can go one shot a lot quicker.
Yeah.
I think with having this many energy, so I really like this 14 energy.
Okay.
I also like the extra energy.
Yeah, you're a fan.
Yeah, 14 is fine. Like, it's just the edge on what you need and what you have. Also, discarding energies is so frustrating early on.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm not the biggest fan of stuff like Super Rod.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. He prefers having a 10th physical energy than just shoving in a Super Rod, which is often seen in these sorts of lists. So that's
Super
cool.
Rod's a weird way to work around this, but at the end of the day, Super Rod messes up your chances to get early elixirs, because Super Rod is just a card, so then it's also dead at the starting hand, usually.
Yeah.
And there isn't really a lot of Pokemon that you want to get back. Like, Salamence is the only thing that would usually run out of. So the only thing Super Rod does is at the end of the game shuffle your energies back. And then also, you usually are out of elixirs at the end of the game, so then you draw into physical energies, which you don't want usually at the end of the game, especially in a deck like this where you can also like get 1/2 knockout with Giratina, or like Salamence and stuff. So I don't think Super Rod works well in this deck.
Okay, it's a cute little decision that probably did make an impact throughout his day. Then I would say the supporter line is pretty standard. 4-3-2 Lysander. Interesting that he plays both Olympia and PCL. Oftentimes it's an either-or choice. What do you think the reasoning is behind playing both rather than one or the other?
Well, I mean, they serve different purposes. Like, Center Lady either gets you out of a condition, like Olympia and Center Lady both get you out of conditions.
Yep.
But he doesn't have a floatstone, so you can't play Olympia just to get rid of like sleep or whatever. So then the Olympia doesn't really help you, it just like heals 30 damage. So the Olympia serves as when you put in place like random Lysander, or when you just need to switch Giratina for another hitter for Versus Seeker, so you can just play Olympia. And then when you need to when you want your opponent's 2-hit knockouts to become like a 3-hit knockout, or when your opponent attack with Lapras GX, a GX attack or something, then you can just use Center Lady.
Yep, perfect example.
Yeah, I think the other thing about Center Lady right now is, again, we've been saying all day that it's a two-shot format right now, and sometimes one Center Lady can just put you into them still having to two-shot you, like rather than going for a hit and then a knockout. I think that's really good, especially against the mirror. That paired with the higher energy count means that you can often get to the one-shots quicker than they can.
Yeah, pretty cool inclusion. And then the item line is super standard. No floatstone is somewhat surprising, but he's just preferring heavy escape rope. He said in his video that he just wanted the out to Tauros always. Didn't want to be slowed down by Tauros at any point. So that's a cool decision on his part, and it also meant that he could freely slap down those EXP shares as soon as he drew into them and just get them on board, keep energy forever, keep attackers in the background. And his only stadium is Parallel City. I think it's kind of fine. At the same time, I don't know. Whenever I've played Turbo Dark, even if it, like this build and the other build, I like having a way to bounce my own parallel, because it does like to flood energies in multiple directions. I know it's less so the case for dragons, because the actual dragons need like 4 energy on them, or 3 energy with Salamence, so it's less so the case than normal Turbo Dark, but it's still somewhat of a hiccup in my eyes when you have to parallel yourself, or if they parallel you early.
Yeah, I think it's just okay. I think what we're seeing at the moment is just that parallel is kind of the go-to stadium if you don't have a specific stadium. I don't think like reverse value works too well. I guess sometimes it does, but I think parallel is just as disruptive, or
Zero,
not just. It's
Zero
more
Silent
disruptive.
Lab and Zero Hex as well is an interesting one. He doesn't play any.
Oh, that's
ability
true.
lock.
There's no ability lock at all.
Yeah. So his only means around Volk, really. Like I said, one of his losses was Volk, but really it was like Salamence, go. win me this game. That's pretty much his idea.
Salamence and pray they can't ramp into knocking your Salamence out.
Yeah, I think if there's any changes I make to this list, it's cutting one Yveltal and just fitting in a third stadium. Either I go to 1 parallel 2 lab or just 2 parallel 1 lab.
I don't mind 2 lab, 1 parallel. I think if you have 2 lab, you really secure the Volk matchup a lot more.
Yeah. But you do have the Salamence, right? So
yeah, that's getting you 2 prizes. You know, if you set that up, that's getting you 2 prizes. So you've just got to get 1 more knockout on a Volk and then find a Shaman, the Eve or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
For the last 2.
Right, interesting list. God, these are going to take forever. We keep going over them. We've already spoken a lot about John Kettler's list. The one Jirachi is really cool. I like having the stall aspect, slowing down a Mewtwo that can just overwhelm Decidueyes 1 by 1 is nice. Although Lugia is also quite good against Mewtwo. It's for those times when the Garbodor's been developed, you're sad. Jirachi, help me out here, buy me turns till I find like Lysander and attackers and stuff. But like we say, the supporter line is super simple. No VS Seeker is where he's made a space for this thick Vileplume line. Well, you know, medium Vileplume line. But yeah, it's becoming more and more standard, this sort of Decidueye. And I like that on our second attempt at building it on the channel, this is very similar to John Kettler's list, how he ended up. I mean, obviously the Vileplume is different, but playing Lugia, him personally saying that he liked it more than Tauros just makes me feel good, because that's how I always felt. I always felt Lugia was superior. 3 Shaman as well I'm a huge fan of, because, you know, just the pace. You need to have 3 Shaman, I think, a lot of the time, so yeah, cool list, I think.
Yeah.
Water box. Okay, I need to study this further. So it's a water box that plays 0 Shaman, obviously no Hooper, Oranguru, only 1 Manaphy.
Yeah, 1 Manaphy hits me. Like, what happens when that's prized?
Only 8 Pokemon total, that's really low. And so only 1 Manaphy and 0 Palkia as well. I'm surprised to see 0 Palkia. Even like 1. Surprised that he chose to play Articuno over 1 Palkia, to be honest. That's interesting. I mean, I know Articuno would have been good for him in the day because there was a lot of Vespiquen. So
yeah,
but
even then, Articuno is
still pretty meh.
Does he? Yeah, I don't like it too much.
And when he doesn't play Fury Belt as well, I think that's a lot worse.
And without the ramp from Palkia as well, it means that you've
committed a lot of energy to that.
You have to hit these, switches and max elixirs to be able to set him up, at least so much so that your opponent doesn't notice you're setting up an Articuno.
Man, there's so many interesting choices in this list. His supporter line's really wacky as well. He's playing Delinquent and 4 stadiums. Jeez. Only 1 Lysander. Man, there are some interesting choices in this list for sure. We've not even got to the crazy items yet. PCL over Olympia surprises me as well. I mean, I know they're playing Flowstone, but when you're on a Garb, I think it's still really important to have Olympia in the list. Maybe play
Has
both.
Has he done a report or anything on it?
I don't know.
I'll have a look.
But it's definitely a really interesting list.
So 3 Enhanced Hammer. I don't think I've ever seen 3 Enhanced Hammer in a list. Even in like mill decks, I only see like 1 or 2.
My Houndoom mill played 3.
It sounds very interesting because, like, how many special energies is your opponent going to attach?
I mean, after the second one, they're like, "Oh, cool! I'll just attach my 3rd DCU." And they're like, "Nope." Guess what? Nope. I mean, that's quite funny. Man, okay, so this list plays 2 Rope, 2 Float, so I guess that's how it sort of doesn't need the Olympia. So I guess that does make sense. Man, 3 E-Hammer, it's so many slots to dedicate for special energy hate. I guess you need it to balance the Mewtwo. What else does it really help out with? Obviously, Yveltal. Let's have a look at some of the special energy decks in format. Ray. Yeah, I guess Ray. It's more equipped to deal with Ray than other lists. I don't know. Though.
I mean, just having it against Mewtwo, Ray, and Yveltal is enough.
Yeah, that is enough. But is it enough to still win those games? Do you think you still beat... I mean, I guess with 2 Parallel, you probably do beat Ray with 3 Hammer and 2 Parallel. Damn.
It's crazy. Just so weird.
Because my selling point for Lapras is normally just 3 to 4 Rough Seas and Fury Melts. And this is just like, throw that out the window. I'm going Lucky Helmets instead.
Yes.
That's
there's
crazy.
Also, yeah, there's so much stuff going on in the list.
Before I like knock it, I just need to try it, and I need to hear his reasoning behind some of these cards, because this is wild. This is wildly different to anything we've been testing. I think anything that's been shown off before.
Yes.
So, really interesting that he landed on this. I wonder how much testing he'd played with Lapras before he landed here. Must have been a hell of a lot. Okay.
It would be cool to see, like, just to hear him say how he turned out.
Yeah, that's why that's why I was wondering whether he'd done a report, because I just want to listen to his decision making process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So Saber House's Mewtwo Garb, super standard. No surprises at all in this list. 0 surprises. This is like, pick up Mewtwo, play Mewtwo. I'm a good enough player. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
You can't argue with anything,
same.
really.
If it's not broken, it doesn't need fixing.
Boom.
And Mega Mewtwo is pretty good right now.
Yep. And then we have Travis's list, which is...
Spicier.
Spicier, for sure. It doesn't really lose any consistency cards in a lot of ways.
The lists are actually really similar.
It loses 1 Trainer's Mail and Hex to fit in the 1/1 Espeon.
Yeah.
I think those are the only differences. Yeah.
Oh wow. Ryan's played a 2. I thought Ryan's played a 2-2. Okay, Ryan's played a 2-1.
But with Hex.
But with 1 Hex, yeah.
This is just 2-1.
Interesting.
But the thing is, the Espeon, obviously, like, Lysander KO Garb with a Chaos Wheel can lose you the game, but not anymore because Espeon.
I really like Espeon, actually. I think it's a really nice sort of a 1/1 inclusion in the deck, actually.
It's really cute. And it just works as well.
Eevee's so inbuilt consistent as well. Like, you've just got to find Eevee.
Yeah, you get away with it so often. It's cool. So if you want to go
really
bulk
like
standard Mewtwo, go with Ryan's. If you want to go Spice, if you're expecting lots of mirrors, and if you're expecting Vespiquen or a random Gyarados.
there's actually a lot of things that Espeon is just really good against.
It's really good, yeah.
And don't sleep on the confusion as well. The confusion is big.
Yeah, the confusion's even announced to like Glaceon and Regice and stuff.
Oh, the confusion is so weird, but yes.
Because obviously against Glaceon, the effects of attack still get through, so you just poke for confusion. Oh dear. Okay. Let's look at the Mega Ray with Volk.
Volk Ray.
16. As crazy as it sounds when you read Mega Ray with Volk, it's really not crazy at all. The fire energies are thrown in because he didn't feel like Megina was important enough. And you get that tiny benefit in those rare occasions where either it's an easy way to -1 from hand, when otherwise you're not holding Ultra Ball, so you can just get extra Shaman value.
Yeah.
Or it's just an activator for Mega Turbo, which is oftentimes the case. And it's a really slight adjustment to the list. It meant that he had to play an extra Floatstone, I think, more than anything else, but that's the only adjustment he has to make, really.
It's just been sitting here. Like, these cards have been out for what, 6 months now? And it's just been Ray's just been sitting there waiting for someone to pop a Volk in instead.
Yeah, Pop a Vulcan.
Really, really, really nice.
I'm surprised
Super
by the
simple.
Brock's Grit. What do you guys
Yeah,
think
that's
about
what I
Brock's
just
Grit?
wanted to say. Brock is so weird. I don't like the card at all.
Yeah, I normally just like the speed of Super Rod, if you're playing puzzles anyway. You never want to spend a turn Brock's Gritting as a Ray player. You never feel happy about it. Even if you have, like, Dragonite in hand, no, like, Hooper in hand, you're never too happy.
Yeah. I think...
But the rest is very standard. Interesting that he plays 2 rope, 1 float, rather than the other way around.
Wait, what? It's 1 rope, 2 float.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I mean.
Okay.
It's weird that he plays it in that way instead of 2 ropes. I don't necessarily mind it though. It's a more insta-play card to play the float stone.
Yeah, I think it's probably something that is a little bit more self-aware of Volk as well. It means that, this thing has 3 retreat, so...
And also he's playing 3 Hooper EX, by the way, so the reload is there.
Whoa, I didn't see that.
The reload is real.
That's crazy. Don't mind it though, if,
Yeah, it's worked out.
Just more cards.
Okay. Then, Maze's list.
This didn't do well in Anaheim. What?
So Maze did not attend Anaheim. He went to a League Cup, and he ended up winning with this list.
And the list was so amazing that he had to put it in between there.
Exactly.
I just like how it's been plonked just in the middle of all the Anaheim lists. It's just yeah. Also, by the way, over here in the EU.
Yeah.
Before you stop reading, here's another list.
Yeah.
There's still Anaheim stuff below. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. It just carries on. Okay, right, back to Anaheim.
We may as well talk about this though.
Yeah. I think Taurus Hammers is a big enough thing to.
So Taurus Hammers is something that we've put on the channel before. Personally, I like just the 4 DCU build and playing Lugia for spaces. When I first saw this, me and Jack discussed it, and I feel like it's almost like a diet Tauros Hammers, because fitting in space for 2 Giratina and 3 energy doesn't sound like that much, but that's like your second grunt, or that's basically your puzzles taken out of the list. And I really just like the combination of Tauros and Lugia personally. They just suit me down to the ground. I think they're the perfect pair. Although we have seen a list with Giratina do very, very well this weekend, so Chaos Wheel is still super disruptive. And I think that's still very good.
I think that's the biggest thing. It's just another level of disruption. Like me and David were talking about it earlier. It's just another level of disruption that someone has to play around. And whilst you don't have the 4 puzzles, and since I've been playing Tauros Hammers with puzzles, the puzzles are nuts. They're crazy good. So you do sacrifice that, but some decks just can't beat Athena. They just can't beat Athena.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sacrificing the general matchups, I guess, a little bit, taking a little bit of a percentage away for some matchups just becoming auto wins.
Yeah. It's cool that he plays the Mewtwo from Evolutions as well. That's
something
that we're looking into now.
I've been trying that as well. I haven't been able to find a Mewtwo yet, but I'm waiting. I'm just waiting.
Because me and Jack have tested against Mewtwo, and not that we can't beat Mewtwo, it's just a real up-in-the-air matchup where Mewtwo can have a turn where it hits DCE and 2 Mega Turbo, blows you up, and Lugia can only respond so much, and that's not great. But if you play Evolutions Mewtwo, you can just respond it. They've worked out a lot of energy. The hammers and the rest of the things and the grunts should get you the rest of the way through the game.
In our testing, the way we've been seeing this matchup is if the Mewtwo player can set up a Mewtwo that can just one-shot things, then they win. So, and if you're going to respond to that with the Lugias, you usually have to go through 2 Lugias because you never quite have enough power to one-shot them back. So having the Evo Mewtwo, I think, is actually it's another card that boosts the percentage of one matchup, but maybe lowers it a little bit because you're only perhaps running one. At the moment, I'm only running 1 Lugia instead. Just did a straight flip-flop for them.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting card though, and it's a card that's actually been seen a lot more play over the past week. Actually, there's been a few decks that have been playing it.
Yeah, I think was it Israel Sosa's Yveltal played one?
Yeah, I think there's a list or two coming up that have them.
Okay. So yeah, and then from there is just huge disruption cards. Interestingly, he still opts to play Ninja Boy. In this list,
I think it's kind of makes more sense with Tina because you can Tauros into Tina. But
yeah. And going from 70 to 110 is really cool.
Yeah, yeah, actually.
That's really relevant. But everything else sort of writes itself. Only 2 Fury Belt is somewhat of a surprise. Because I like being tanky as anything as a Tauros player. But he just likes a lot of Floatstone as well, because you kind of need to move between them at the same time.
Yeah.
Cool.
Someone's asked if we can show Tauros hammers with puzzles after the discussion. Can indeed.
Oh, they've even linked gameplay by Mark Lutz. So if you want to go check out his channel, you can do so as well. That's really cool. My days. Maze gets a plug. He gets a plug. Where's my list? Deary me.
You need to win then.
I have one. I won a League Cup.
He won a League Cup with Persimmon last week.
Yeah, but he didn't post the list. I think.
Okay. Tony Jimenez playing Turbo Dark. Where did he play? Second. Okay, I have seen this list before. The one of
guys,
Lily, David.
Yeah.
I need to go to sleep now.
Okay. Cheers.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for joining us.
See you next time.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, let's boot him. And carry on. Okay. Yeah, so this is a slightly teched out Turbo Dark in my eyes, because they've made the room for Grunt, they made the room for Kukui, they're playing the Lily. What do you think about these sort of tech supporters? A lot of the time we just see like 4 Sycamore, 2 or 3 N, 2 Lysander. That's it. Do you like the utility, or? I
think Kukui is actually a card that people won't expect. Again, we keep harking back to this is a 2-shot format right now, but sometimes Kukui can just come out of nowhere and do that extra 20 you need. I don't know whether I necessarily like it too much in a deck like this because it is so focused on 2-shotting. Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily mind it. I guess he must have tested it quite a bit. I like the Lily. I like one of Lily in a lot of decks right now. Mm-hmm. There's some decks that like it just doesn't work for, but if you've kind of got a turbo-y engine, he's got trainer's mails, he's got max elixirs, he's going to have a low hand size ideally on the early turns. Yeah. So I don't like if you just manage to hit that Lily instead of a Sycamore, then sometimes you're saving an extra energy or whatever. So I think I do quite like the one of Lily. The Kukui I think I need some persuading about.
Yeah.
Flare Grunt I think is a nice. I think Energy Disruption right now is really good, to be honest. So I don't mind at all him making the space for that.
Yeah, and also complementing it with 1 enhanced hammer.
Yeah, pairing that with the enhanced means that you can just shut down Evoltol and anything with a DC and an energy, which is just puts things 2 turns behind, which is nice.
And then from there, it's just the consistent shell that we all recognise as just the bog standard.
It looks so simple. Really, really simple.
Very simple, very effective, as we saw.
Yeah.
Rahul's Vespiquen Zoroark list. This is the most normal in a weird way. I mean, there's no real normal Vespiquen, but this feels like the most normal to me.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just this thing hits for weakness, and then sometimes they throw a Tauros for you to deal with, and sometimes they've got a Mew for, again, weakness. They've got an Oranguru. I just think it's, again, pretty simple. I mean, look at that train account, 4s and 2s all over the place. There's no special one-offs for different situations. It just gets Pokemon in the discard and hits for weakness.
Yeah. Cool that he plays Forest. I think Forest is low-key a really good card for helping your Turbo Dark matchup. Because now they're not just one-hitting your Combees and taking the free first prize of the game. You can dig to find Vespiquen, which isn't necessarily attacking, but it's just more health and it's hard for them to hit 90 turn 1.
Yeah.
They need to elixir like twice and hit Fury Belt, so and then also you can just like free retreat with Vespi. You can move into like Shaman or move into Tauros, which can always tank a hit from a Darkrai, which is cool.
Yeah.
And
Someone says 3 Shaman a bit much. I think it's...
I love 3 Shaman in Vespiquen. I think it's like what you should play.
I can see why
not.
it may seem like too much because it's a non-EX deck, but I think...
I actually Sky Return a lot with the new age of Vespiquen. I Sky Return a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I think the other thing is with Vesp, it's like sometimes you can... It's a deck that can sometimes just clunk out and you'll end up with 6 Pokemon in your opening hand and no supporters.
Yeah.
But sometimes if you hit things in just the right order, it means that you can actually take games so quickly, like insanely quickly.
Yeah. From there, Oranguru is in the list. What do you think about Oranguru?
Don't mind it at all.
Yeah,
I think it's the kind of deck that, a bit like Rainbow Road, just slaps it on the bench and leaves it there until your end to Oblivion and you have to find your last DCE or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And a cheeky little Mew EX with 2 Klefki as well. So with Forest, he could KO a Mewtwo with a Klefki on and guarantee himself 4 prizes. How does that sound? Pretty good?
I think you win that game.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So yeah, Forest cool. All the items are just simple. Surprised that he plays 2 Revitalizer instead of like 1 Revitalizer, 1 Rod, because he does play a lot of 1-offs. Like...
Yeah, 1 Rod was something that I naturally thought would probably be, but I guess he's just kind of so much more focused on Vespi. It only actually gets the 4/4 Vespi back, so yeah, I do think I like a Rod over second Revitalizer.
I think his mentality is if someone's Lysander KOing like my Vaporeon in the Volk matchup, then that's 2 more Pokemon in the discard pile. I'm just going to hope that I can pile the rest in there.
Yeah, eventually get up to 180 through sheer force.
Yeah.
Love the 2 special charge. Love the 2 special charge.
Yeah, that's more and more standard in Vespi.
Yeah.
Even in the Herdia list, they were playing 2 special charge still, so...
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I like this list a lot.
Yeah. I think if you're looking for, again, we call it a standard Vespi list. What's even standard anymore?
Oh, by the way, the Taurus is sick as well. One of Taurus is so sick in Vespi. It does so much work, I think. Even with so many ropes in format, I think it's just so good still.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Eagles.
Finally.
Yveltal?
Yeah, again, it's pretty simple.
The only... Like, the techs are in the Pokemon for this list. The 1 Fright Knight, the 1 Taurus, and the 1 Evolutions Mewtwo. Obviously, Mewtwo's for Mewtwo EX. Tauros is just Tauros. You're not playing a GX attacker, so go ahead and do that. He's choosing to play Ninja Boy rather than, like, Olympia or PCL. So that if Tauros happens to be in the deck, and he is playing Super Odd, so you can recycle it, then you can just get random Mad Bulls and own things.
Yeah.
Still choosing the 1-off Fright Knight. Mewtwo was around, so that was pretty smart. I guess.
Yeah.
And against Turbo Dark, it can be good also. Like, Fury Belting up a Fright Knight once you've put Garb in is, like, so good against Turbo Dark. So good.
It's an issue.
2 E-Hammer. Sticking with E-Hammer, I like. Again, it just helps you fight the Mewtwo's and fight the other things quite nicely. And everything else is standard. Standard as anything, really.
Yeah, I think it's just another list that's super simple. Did well. Doesn't need to be changed that much.
Yeah. So Igor placed 5th and Jimmy placed top 32 as well with the same list. So 2 lists doing very well by 2 good players. So
definitely.
God, that's a lot of discussion. Right.
Yeah.
Let's flip back to the stream and let's play some games, shall we? Okay. Hopefully we can get on here. That would be nice. Do you want to play me, Jack, for a bit?
I can indeed. Are you online yet?
Coming on. Can I share the Persimmon deck you won a League Cup with? Yeah, I can show it off. Small caveat though. I was scooped 2 in top 8 and top 4 of this League Cup. So yeah. People had to leave for trains and they weren't really bothered about points. So that's nice of them. It wasn't even like discussed. It was so funny. They're friends of mine. And it was just funny how they chose to scoop to me. They'd like make me shuffle and then flip the coin, set up fully, and then just say I scoop. So fun times. Super fun times. My record was really weird with Persimmon as well. I went 203 in Swiss, which is really weird for Persimmon, because you wouldn't think that's the case.
So you ended 303?
Yes,
I guess.
I won a tournament technically at 303.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So my wins were to Ray, round 1.
Ray, okay.
Tied to a Volk, mainly because game 2 I got donked, which was gross. Game 3 was long and drawn out. Combination of me not drawing well and time just leading to a tie. Then what did I play against? What do you mean invalid login? Come on. Don't be ridiculous, Pokemon. There we go. What else did I play against? I beat a... Man, what did I play against? Jesus. I only won 3 games. I should be able to remember them. Jesus. So I tied to a Mewtwo as well, which was annoying. Oh, when I tied to the Volk, it was only a tie because I flipped tails on a catcher, by the way. And the same thing happened for Mewtwo. Flipping tails on a catcher tied me the game, where otherwise I win. Which is annoying. I would still definitely play catchers, but they just didn't work for me when I needed them to.
And you still won the cup.
Still won the cup. What else did I beat? Did I beat another Ray? I can't remember what else I beat. Jeez. This is really bad. Because it wasn't a big tournament, I didn't feel like writing stuff down. Normally I write stuff down for tournament reports and then I just remember everything. I ID'd with Reese to get into cup, but what was my other win? It wasn't the Turbo Dark. So I remember only hitting Turbo Dark in the final. Spoilers, I won the final. What was my other win? I don't understand how I don't know this. There wasn't that many people there. Oh my god, I remembered. Oh, yes. The most clutch win. I beat a Lurantis Plume.
Wait, what?
I beat a Lurantis Plume with Persimmon. Oh, man.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
Guys, I was not informed of this.
Yeah. They went first. Whiffed it. I was chuffed. Got the whole gang down. Still ended up getting like quite severely wrecked because you can't recover your Persimmons as soon as Farplume comes up. But that their turn 2 they just went off. Like turn 1 they went off, but they missed Bloom, and then turn 2 they also went off. But in going off, like, you know, for 2 turns in a row, completely thin in their deck, they had like 7 energy in their discard pile, even after using Flower Supply. So all their energy was just on Lurantis. So I ended up actually Lysandering up a Shaman to stall.
Wow.
Because I counted through their discard pile and the amount of energy on board, and they were at 8. And I was like, well, they play 3 float stones, so I was hoping that they didn't play Olympia. So I was just there using Encounter with Mew while leaving a Shaman in the active, trying to desperately set up Oranguru to attack.
Wow.
But I just left the Shaman there, just left it there, left it there, left it there. We drew for a lot of turns. While nothing was really happening, she was starting to get nervous. I was starting to get chuffed, and then she eventually attaches energy retreats. And then she chooses to KO my active Mew rather than Flower Supply. If she had chosen to Flower Supply, she had 2 Shamans on her bench. She could have just attached a grass to each of them and like slowly win the game from there, because I'm never going to out damage her at that point. Because I had 2 Persimmon in the discard pile already. So her choosing to take the KO, like as soon as she got out of the lock, lost to the game, because then I just Lysander again, and I'm like, well, you don't play 9 energy. No, you don't play 10 grass energy.
Yeah.
And then I just won, and then she flipped over her prizes, and there was a 10th energy, and I was like, whoo! Oh boy, we scraped that one.
It was close.
And then game 2, her turn 1 was draw pass. And I was like, oh, yes.
Who said Plume was good nowadays?
Simeon come at me, so I just had my turn 1 where I hit 130 with Mew, like ballooned up, and KO'd like their active Oddish. They had like a Morlul or something, so they promote that. Turn 2 they get like the Lurantis up, but then I'm just like ahead in terms of damage, because their first attack with Lurantis has to be a 40 damage Flower Supply.
Yeah.
That doesn't even KO Mew. So like I guarantee myself 130 damage on the first Lurantis while it sets up. Even when they heal, then my next Mew can come in and KO it, and then again their next Lurantis has to Flower Supply, so I can bop it again for 130. So I just out damaged it in game 2, which is like ridiculous. That shouldn't happen. But yeah, that was just like crazy, like a combination of good luck and just playing to your outs, I guess. So yeah, this wasn't the exact list that I played. This is the adapted list. The one thing that I've changed since my winning list was I was playing Buddy Buddy over Super Rod, and it punished me. Like, I would definitely keep Rod in now. It's just so much safer to play Rod. I ran out of damage against Volcanion. That's why I ended up tying. Because I had to just take slow turns, basically, and kept having to puzzle back balloons, which is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because the balloon could net me more damage than a Persimmon could. Like, it was just so ridiculous, the situations that was happening. But yeah, it was fun. Although there's a lot of Mewtwo and a lot of Turbo Dark, I still don't think this is like a crazy good deck. I think like it's an okay call. It doesn't really fear much, to be honest. Like, Yveltal Garb is probably the hardest main deck to play against, because they have Garb and they have Resist on you. But a lot of the time the balloons just get you there anyway. And because it's Yveltal Garb, they're playing lots of Floatstones. They don't have many ropes, so they don't actually get around the balloons a lot. One thing I found myself doing a lot was double ballooning on turns, so that rope wasn't an out for people. Oh god, just Persimmon is just such a weird deck to play.
It's everything you've been saying. I've been like, well, that's not normal.
Yeah, exactly. Loads of weird plays were happening just because I had to set up numbers, and it's just a weird deck. But it was cool to play. It was fun. I only got Garb like a few times, so it was cool to just like Oranguru off a 1-card end. Just be like, oh hey, here's all my outs at once. Because you thin the deck so nicely. So I was like, yes, I will revive Catcher teammates for DCE. I don't know. It was just fun. Not a top tier deck though, I don't think. And you probably have to play Ranger now because of freaking Giratina, or you just play E-Hammer. If you want to be greedy, play E-Hammer and try and puzzle E-Hammer. But you probably still lose. So, yeah, fun times with monkeys were had.
Fun deck.
Jack, let's play some games.
Let's do it.
You tried Persimmon at League and you lost hard to Zygarde. Yeah, I would say Zygarde's not an easy matchup for Persimmon. The numbers aren't nice for you. Because normally you look to do 130, balloon up to 190, which is Zygarde's HP. But they have healing, and their healing attack KOs Muse. And also they play Fury Belt, so like I can see that being hard. Oh dear. Let's try this one. Can I show Tauros puzzles? Yeah, I'll play it and then we'll show it after. How's that sound? Let's go Tauros, let's go. This is one I actually want to try out, Jack, against the list you're playing. Because I'm not sure how effective Guardi is against it.
Nor am I.
Oh, he's got one. He's got one, boys. Oh, it's a Guardi. That's not a shaman. Going second as a Tauros player is so good if that's a shaman. But yeah, Jack's testing out some Guardi right now. It's one that's on our radar. Obviously, it's one that's been on my radar for like ever. Like all season I've played or wanted to play Guardi. Played it in Liverpool. And I played it obviously in Leipzig. So Guardi has got me a handful of points, you could say. Get grunted! Right, is Lugia good in this matchup? Don't think it's that good. Ah.
Hey.
Big Daddy flip, that one. Okay, so he's Sycamoring. So I don't really need to like adapt this hand, I don't think. We'll just attack with our horns. Don't top deck Spirit Link. Don't do it, Jack.
Oops.
Okay, good. Top deck to Sycamore. Sadness.
Psyched you out there, didn't I? Oh boy. You ready for a turn?
No?
Can we one-shot a Tauros on turn 2?
Probably.
Potentially.
I'd be surprised if we couldn't, to be honest.
I wouldn't be. I need 7 Pokemon.
Easy.
There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's a Mega.
Yes, that's correct. That's what those things are. At least you can 2-hit the Tauros now.
Oh, show.
Because that's what you want to do.
Oh dear. Actually, that's
incredible.
Ooh, that is incredible. Energy. Who needs him in a matchup with the hammers? Hey, tell me that. 4.
Hey, Green
That's
Master.
Pokemon number 4.
Green Mastery Air is now following. Thanks so much. Your Guardian deck plays Octillery. Huh. I mean, it's probably slower, but Silent Lab's around, so...
Oh, I was meant to Hooper first. That was very lucky. That wasn't what was meant to happen right there.
Hoopado desu ka?
Shamans and things.
Discardables. Do we have any plans for Lycanroc? You're currently testing a Carbink build with added disruption, and it works pretty well in testing, but can't wait for the Midnight GX.
I really want Lycanroc to be good, like to the point where I just want to play Lycanroc now.
We've
is it though?
Theory crafted quite a bit. Obviously, Vespiquen's presence is a problem for the deck, even though that you can crush an energy away each turn because they play double special charge. You don't really get around that. But obviously, when that Midnight Form GX comes in, like a split build is going to be really cool to play. So yes, we're going to build it. We're going to try our best. We think Carbink is a good way to go, so we probably will be playing a Carbink variant. I've tried it with Garb and Carbink in a Theory Craft, and it was just awful. So we won't do that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. You don't think Carbink needs Lycanroc needs Carbink that much? I don't think it like 100% needs it, but I think it kind of needs like at least a 1-1 line or a 2-2 line. And because you're already crushing away a lot of energy, forcing people to also find a non-EX attacker is like good for you as well. So
That's incredible.
Okay. Okay. Top deck N.
Please. Find the hammers.
Find the Garb. That's what matters. As well as hammers, obviously. Oh, scheisse.
I feel...
Garb's necessary for N next turn, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm just... Yeah, I guess.
What we recommend for people just starting back into the TCG, you're looking at your Dragonite deck, since you have a bit of those cards. We're doing a budget deck lists quite soon. So if you are a new player, I think that's a good place to start, definitely. I think, to be honest, even though you might have a few of the cards, a stage 2 deck like Dragonite is going to be very difficult to succeed early on. So I think it's best to go with simple concepts. Oftentimes basic Pokemon are still the best policy to go for. And yeah, we'll have our budget decks out soon, and we'll try and go over why they're good, how they play out and stuff like that. But just as a beginner player, I think it's good to just sort of start playing games, to start playing Pokemon, start watching Pokemon. You're already doing that, which is a good step. But typically people will try to sort of narrate their plays while they're making this, that, or the other decision. And getting into that mindset is just a really good step for a beginner. In terms of starting decks, I think Volcanian's a good one for a beginner to start playing. Because it's quite similar in how it tries to perform each turn, each game. Ooh, Jack, I think you made an error there.
That was an error. In what respect?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Define soon. I need those budget decks. I mean, this week we're planning on doing an Anaheim recap and Sheffield discussion, hopefully tomorrow, or towards the end of the weekend. We want to get that up. And then I guess there's potential for it to be next week if we have time to discuss it. But it may, like, next week is kind of going to be a lot of testing for me. So personally, it may be more for after the Sheffield regionals.
Damn, we drew bad.
Get out of here, other Guardy. Don't need you anymore. Won the game.
Beetle. Well, good. Good for Guardy. Not good for Tauros. Let's have a look at our Tauros lists. That's what we're working with right now.
I'm going to go and grab some food quickly whilst you discuss Tauros. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, so the thoughts around puzzles is really simple. The deck only plays for DCE, so even though we have special charge, getting immediate DCEs back is important for the deck. Also, it can just be more VS Seekers, more hammers. Pretty simple, really. The deck likes to sit on hands, so as in, like, you're not always just firing off like Sycamore after Sycamore after Sycamore, so you can sort of sit on one puzzle, naturally draw into it, while you sort of like VS Seeker Delinquents or Flare Grunts or stuff like that. Lysander is a really big card in the deck. I think something I need to play is what's it called? Pokemon Center Lady. Sort of anti-synergy with Tauros, but after you've used a Mad Bull, oftentimes it's just a card that you need to play in the deck. Only to Lysander again, because we have the puzzles. In a no puzzle build, I think I'm playing 3. I think I've got a no puzzle list here as well. Yeah, in the no puzzle list it's 3 right now, and you go up to second special charge. The slots you gain, I can't remember what they are for. Nothing too like crazy different. You gain Olympia in this list, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think it's still an okay archetype. I'm still kind of working on it. We've seen that Maze is playing the Giratina. Giratina's pretty cool. Kibakyo, thanks so much for following. Cheers. Yeah, so how much is Shaymin X in packs at the moment on PTCGO? I have no idea. Should we go have a look? Let's go and have a look. Well, that's not correct. 25 packs.
Hello.
There you go. 25 packs-ish. I would say. Seems like a good baseline. 30 packs. Yeah, something like that. Shaman's still expensive. Is the answer. Fortunately, I've not had to get Shamans for a while. So yeah, matchup-wise, Tauros, it's pretty good against like Yveltal, I think is good. Turbo Dark, I think, is manageable, definitely. What type of deck do we think Sylveon GX will fit into? Do you think it would be good enough to slot in a single energy in a deck that only, or is it only for fairy decks? I think Sylveon will be its own archetype. I think you'll play Sylveon Evolutions because hitting 110 times 2 is really, really good. Fairy typing is really good as well because there's not a huge amount of metal in format. And the best metal deck is Solgaleo, and you can just gust that back up to the hand, which is like hilarious for Sylveon. So I think Sylveon Evolutions will be its own list. Unfortunately, Fairy's not the like most splashable energy. Like there aren't many like super colorless heavy decks that can get away with it. So I think Sylveon will be its own archetype more than a splashable card, personally. Someone asking Sylveon Umbreon? Maybe, but I think Sylveon is just better than Umbreon. So you may as well just play a full Sylveon build. Because Umbreon's GX attack is good, but Sylveon's is like kind of better. And then its main attack is also kind of better. Would you recommend Volcanion Entei deck you posted a week ago? Yeah, I think that's a really good starting point for a new player. That Volcanion list. I don't think
it's super simple as well. Like, the theory behind the deck is just when you need a little bit more damage, find a fire energy.
Yeah. I think since that video, I've changed Ranger for Olympia because I want to be cheeky.
I've seen so many lists lately saying you don't need Ranger, and sometimes you just do. Like, I wish I'd play a Ranger back in Liverpool so much.
And then I've gone back up to 3 Baby Volk, and I'm just playing 2 Retrieval. Those like the most recent edits. I'm still a fan of Rough Seas, just because there's still Yveltal around, there's still Turbo Dark around. It just works. So,
how come you went back up to 3, baby?
Just because I think I prized 1 in one game, and it just sucked. It sucked that I couldn't have access to it beyond turn 1 because I could only access 1. If that makes sense. 1 was prized, 1 got KO'd after the first power heater, and I needed more power heaters that game.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Let's play some more.
Have some more games. Last half an hour of stream. Let's get some Pokemoning in.
I've not tested half the stuff I want to test. Let's test this.
Ooh, me again.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a theme deck that you can get two baby Volcanions in, and the tin promo Volcanion is a cheap source for that. Even the baby Volcanion is also a league promo, so that is very accessible to get. Are we doing viewer battle after this game? Sure, we can fit 1 or 2 in. Start asking away now, guys. I'll start writing the list down. Aha! Umbreon has arrived. You change your Dark Dragoness to have Hydreigon rather than Salamence. I don't know, I think Salamence does fix quite a few matchups. Hydreigon's not really a matchup winning card, it's just like a nice support to have. So I'm not too sure about that.
Guru? What's
Yeah.
Guru doing here?
Instructing the nation. Deadly Bee, you want to battle? Sure, let's get it down. Okay. Ugh. Oh, the dream. Is it the actual?
Uh-oh.
Is it the actual dream though?
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Do you want to build a snowman?
What?
Holy.
Holy smokes.
Deadly Beetle. Okay. Lucario 111. Okay. Cool. You shall be added. This is an okay card as well. Instruct!
Monkey madness.
Instruct! All the meme cards coming out today. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I forgot that I used Olymps.
Oh, alive.
So yeah, the current build of Darkrai that I'm trying, as you may notice, is not playing Shaman or Hooper. It's playing no Ultra Balls either. It's just playing 4 Nest Ball and 2 Oranguru. And I've called it Less Turbo Dark.
Slow Dark.
Slow down Dark. Oh, Beetle.
Oh, that was the wrong one. My bad.
Joe, if you were going to attend Australia, what deck would you bring? Good question. I really obviously don't know the Australian meta at all, so I'd have to play a deck that I'm naturally comfortable with. So that would be... maybe Mega Gardevoir, something I'm just naturally comfortable with. What else is there in the format? Bees is something that can like take on anything. I don't know. Oh, I also kind of want to play new stuff as well. I'm personally not a fan of Turbo Dark. I'm not a fan of Yveltal. I think they're good inherent decks, but the amount of 50-50s you have to go through in a tournament, or like close games that you have to win out, just would stress me out too much. I prefer going into a tournament knowing that I can take X amount of free wins in a day. I like doing that. That's how I personally try and get my successes. So, some sort of meta call of some description, but obviously I know nothing about Australia, so it will be rough. Maybe even like Espeon Zoroark as like the ballsy, crazy play from me, because I think that just deals with Mewtwo and Turbo Dark quite well, so they're never going to do too badly.
Damn, I'm losing. This is not fun. Not fun at all.
Maybe we do need to play a 4/4 Umbreon line, because I keep seeing that it's a problem when you like have to discard one.
Oh, it's more the fact that I haven't seen an energy since turn 1.
Yeah,
that's it.
You need Noranguru, mate.
Tell you what, one of those would be stellar right now.
Can't believe you're KOing one. He sees the threat. Sees the lines.
He sees a draw engine. Brilliant, that's an energy right there. Cool. Whatever, deck. Deadly Beetle.
Dana.
Tauros. Ugh.
Tall gross, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't really want to play this card. We'll just pass. I can play this card next turn if I want to. If he wants to just chill.
Play an N, please.
Good question though. Is Australia the same? Is it this weekend? Is Australia this weekend?
Some part of me wants to say it's the weekend in between Sheffield and Malmo.
Ah, okay.
But I could be beyond wrong. So the online game is set up to randomly pick players that never give energy during matches, as well as draw lock random matches on turn 1. Feels bad, man.
Feels Beetle.
Feels Beetle, man.
Oh, it's such a Beetle. Such a Beetle. Right,
What have you done?
I thought I had Lysander. I don't have Lysander.
Oh.
So we'll just put that in our hand for now.
Ah. An Olympia. I'll save you for later.
Yeah. I'll deal with you later.
Oh, and sweet. Please run energy. Please run energy. Oh my god, this deck sucks.
Alright, let's take you to Oblivion.
Oblivion. Sweet. That's good.
Drawing lots of cards. Where the hell is my beadling Lysander? Where does one strafe?
Indeed. Indeed, a Monday.
There we go.
Trying to make the shift over from VGC. Tell me how to play VGC. I can't do it. I'm bad. Oh my god, a supporter.
What are those?
Whoa, I nearly just reflex used the supporter. That's not what I meant to do.
Reflex. Sick reflexes.
Bro.
Oh, don't do the right play. There's no glory in the right play.
No, that's not the one I want.
That's incredible. Oh, don't. There's too many correct plays going on this turn, Jack. I'm not happy about it. They're all adding up.
We did a thing. Escaperoo roperoo. Wobafetteroo.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Uh-oh. That's maths. Ah!
Ah! Okay. Yeah, I think we need to give up on Umbreon.
Yeah, unfortunately so.
Okay, let's challenge this man.
Proper VGC sucks. Showdown's where it's at.
Showdown is pretty fun.
Showdown drives me insane. Oh, there's a differing opinion in the chat already.
It's fun. I mean, it's not really competitive, but it's fun.
I feel like you can do really well with meme decks, meme teams.
On Showdown?
Yeah, I don't know. I used to just enjoy the Battle Factory because it meant people made Pokemon for me, and I just had to make sure I hit them for weakness and stuff.
Switch out to the ones that kill you.
Exactly. I was kind of good at that bit. Oh, James Bumblebee's just challenged me with our spicy deck that we were talking about yesterday, Joe.
Oh, baby.
Let's see how it fares against God of War.
You need to play it against me too. That's what you need to play it against.
Yeah, Luke didn't sound convinced.
No. I think a second memory does improve it.
Yeah.
But how much is the question?
Meme teams is why it's bad. You can't practice serious tournaments by just laddering. You need to rely on practicing with friends. Yeah, I get what you mean.
So we're up against Altaria Garb, which, depending on their stadium, may not be that difficult. They play parallel as well, it is awkward. I don't really know Altaria well enough to know their staple stadium. They don't really need one, so they probably play parallel. Oh, you guys aren't Ultra Balls. My turn may well be Sky Return, so we'll put the link there. Ooh, Jirachi promo is really good in this matchup. Oh, what a beetle hand. Jeez. Play this down just to not lose. Just Ray things.
Three energy in a deck that 3 energy off an elixir in a deck that doesn't run enough to justify that. That feels very scumbaggy.
What, hitting 3 elixirs?
No, I got 3 energy off of 1 elixir.
Oh.
Which felt kind of scumbaggy, considering the deck runs 9 energy.
A Garbodor right now would make me very sad. Even the KO makes me very sad. Oh dear. Just been one of these days where I just can't win to save my life. Yep, there's the turn 2 Garbodor. Do I scoop yet, or what?
Now.
Jeez. Watch me top deck Hooper as well. Oh, Shaman, pretty much. Oh my goodness. Oh, don't you just love this game? J-Monk, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. It's been a bit of a beetle all night. Oh no. Oh no. Ranger DCE. Oh, the plays! Oh man, I just got bonked. Don't well played me. I didn't play well. I didn't play. Come on. Okay. Yeah, sure, J-Monk, you can indeed get a game. Let's play. What should we play? What should we play? What should we play? I need to start unticking some decks.
You do have a lot of decks right now.
Aquabox can go. Let's adapt this quickly. Might even just play 4 of these. Maybe just a nest ball. One nest ball is fine. And what should be my last card? 4th one of these. Maybe 1 Olympia? Maybe just 3rd Lysander. The deck is gonna love stalling stuff. Maybe just 3rd Floatstone actually. Floatstone's really good in here. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Anything could happen. Do we go over the Anaheim results? Yeah, we've been over all of that, son, in arduous detail. Went over the top 32. Went over individual lists that have been revealed so far. Sort of a discussion on looking forward to the next tournaments as well. Kind of casually. We're going to do a proper pre-Sheffield regionals discussion very shortly. Not on this stream, but like a video dedicated to that very shortly. One of our like PowerPoint ones. So hopefully that'll be interesting. Okay.
What do you think of a Brock or a Karen in Guardy right now?
Hate it.
Hate it?
Don't hate Karen, but I do hate Brock. Brock is so slow for the deck. So slow. So slow.
Might try Karen in here.
No. So slow. Don't need it. Is he going to get 4 steam ups turn 1? Why risk it? We'll hold the rest. He'll never hex us, so... Just got to start pulling Shamans from Roaring Skies packs. Oh, dude. If you are just getting into the game, I mean, the format is rotating fairly soon, so I wouldn't like go out and invest in like more than 2 Shaman. I think you can often get away with like a majority of decks in format with no more than 2 Shamans. So
No.
so I don't know if you can be bothered to go to Sheffield. Oh, definitely go. It's going to be brilliant. It's one of
me and Joe are going.
It's one of the last tournaments in the UK, big ones at least. The one late on in the season goes towards 2017 points, so 2018 points. I mean, it's a bit of a beetle when I'm trying to get to Worlds. I grumble. Any ideas on what will be the next Shaman? Well, I mean, Tapu Lele seems to be a card that you probably need to stock up on.
Lele.
It's not necessarily a replacement, but it's going to be a similarly priced card, to be honest. Man, that's power for 110. Well, right then.
What's this? Volk against Zerngardy.
Yeah. I've cut to 1 hex as well, which might make life a little bit harder for me. How many championship points am I on? 320 right now, which isn't too shabs.
Not far off. 64% of the way there.
Got a lot more points to get this season. This quarter, I mean. More points up for grabs. Going to Malmo as well. That's all planned and booked. Sheffield, some other League Cups and stuff. Is it a League Cup this weekend, Jack? It is, right?
Yeah, Canucks League Cup.
Nice. So, how do I rate the Xerneas version? I rate it. I do rate it. I mean, I rate both lists right now. It's just that we got end into such a beetle. Oh, I'm so sad. We were in great shape if we just kept that hand. If you're expecting lots of Garbodor, the Xerneas build I think is better. Because it just sets up a really good board state on its own back. Just not in this spot. Ooh, top decking's cool. Three, 6, 9, 12, 15. Do I just KO Shaman here and go for a full-on race? I think I do. We need cards. Alternative is to like Lysander this, hit it for 150, then he retreats into this, KOs. I'm not super happy about this, but we need to take prizes. Okay, Hooper's pretty good. Hooper may be the bailout for us. This build is probably clunkier though, I'll admit that. You planned to get to England around for the July regional? Awesome. That'll be some good stuffs. Some good times ahead. Ah. N. Classic.
Classic Pokemon card right there.
That is. Jag Ranning. Thanks so much for following. Oh, he was short. Oh, the dream. Do we win? I think that means we win. We play this card every time. We don't need to hex because he can just retreat and use the baby. Oh, whiffing things is sadness. Whiffed all of our links. Don't really want to play this card, but I kind of need to Shaman. Oh, whiffing links is horrible. There was that one turn when I had the 4-card hand and chose not to link, so I was like, he's not going to end the 4-card hand. And then it's really hurt me ever since.
Yeah, he linked right there.
We're going to play this just to get an extra draw for Shaman. Because we do need to start developing Link quite badly. Oh well. Big KOs are big KOs. You think it handles Silent Lab Plume and Carbink a little better? Yeah, this build... yeah, exactly. It handles Silent Lab a lot better. Handles Garb better. It just puts in a lot of work. Ooh.
Made the switch from Magic the Gathering a few weeks ago. Just been playing online, want to start playing RL. How easy is it to get involved competitively in England? Leagues and league cups and league challenges are your best friends. There's like tournaments every month, or league challenges most months for quite a few stores across the UK. Leagues themselves are always a good place to meet people. I know there's a few really good leagues around the UK, and then yeah, just going to events. I think is probably it seems kind of obvious, but it's probably the best advice to give. Just because the more experience you have, the easier you'll find each event you go to. And if you've been to you're coming over from Magic the Gathering, so you've been to events like proper events before, I would assume. So yeah, just get to know people, I guess.
Sounds good to me. Right, we finally found the elusive Spirit Ink. Let's see if we can close out this game. So far, you can steam up to 190. Let's see if we can find the other Volk. Just YOLO Sheffield? Sure, why not? Gotta start somewhere, right? And plus, like, from every tournament, you will learn so much. I always feel like after a tournament, I feel so much more informed about decks that I've played and decks that I've played against, and you just learn so much in such a short space of time. Like a solid 8 hours of just learning.
Knowledge.
So I think easily just getting tournament experience is the best way to improve as a player. So
yeah,
it's kind of like a no-brainer, but it works. I think he prized the Volky X. That's what it feels like here.
Well, next year's European International will be again in London. I wouldn't be surprised, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't, because they might not want to seem biased. But I think the venue was really good this year. It served exactly what they wanted to do really well, I thought. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just carried on with what they knew.
Mm-hmm. And spoilers, the European offices are in London, so just saying.
If they want things to be close by, then it makes sense, I guess.
Okay, we got there. We struggled, but we got there. Thank goodness for that. I think, is this still playing 2 hex? It might be. Look like it does. Oh, it does still play 2 hex. Okay. Lily was really bad. I'm gonna cut Lily down to... I might just cut Lily. Third male?
I don't like it too much in... This deck feels a lot slower than normal Guardi or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether I like it as much.
I'm playing 3 Elixir in this build. What do you think about Elixir in the Xerneas Guardi?
Mega Turbo is so good for chaining Primal Clash.
Yeah, I'm going to change it back. I was right the first time. Why do I judge myself?
I've really been enjoying it in Thingy list though.
Oh, in straight build it definitely makes more sense.
I've really been enjoying the elixirs. Wow, it's 10 past 12. Do you feel like Sun and Moon hasn't had a larger effect as you expected? What we've had this from a couple of people tonight. I don't think that's the case. I think I would have been more shocked if we'd seen Sun and Moon actually impact this weekend. Just because it's the first weekend they're legal. People still want points, so they're just going to play safe. I think if you think a month, if you ask the question again in a month's time, I think you'll have more of a reason to not ask the question. I think we're going to see more and more Sun and Moon as we go on. I think just people wanted to stay safe, and I think people have kind of blown that out of proportion a little bit. This happens with every set. It just happens to be that Sun and Moon is a really, really good set.
Sun and Moon is a good set. There's no doubt about it. There is Garbodor denying, like, sort of stifling the creativity of some of the lists right now. But like we saw, the Lapras deck was so different to what we expected, and it achieved things. So we just need to iron out lists a little bit more. It's still so early in the format that it's not like Sun and Moon will have 0 impact. Of course it's going to change the meta in some point.
Yeah.
It's just baby steps right now. The first tournament of the year, people didn't know what to go for, so they just picked safe stuff. That's just natural. It always happens at the start of a season.
Yeah,
like, just look at Orlando. Literally the start of the format. It's like the same metagame in Orlando as it was here in Anaheim, and that's just because people just pandered back to these are safe. Let's go.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, I see Sun and Moon less as an impactful set straight away and more as an incredibly good baseline set in about a year and a half's time. Like, I think Yveltal and Darkrai are really difficult to beat right now, but when we get to Sun and Moon on, this set is incredible. I think there's so much stuff that even we haven't looked at right now just because it doesn't make sense. Things like Toxapex and stuff and Vikavolt could be so good in a Sun and Moon on format. So I think it's just a case of Sun and Moon biding its time, playing what's good right now, and if you happen to find something from Sun and Moon that beats what's good right now, then playing that. But Sun and Moon definitely isn't a bad set, and I personally don't think because I've seen it from a couple of people tonight, that they think we've kind of overestimated how Sun and Moon was going to pan out. But I think me and Joe were kind of looking in the long run rather than looking at as soon as Sun and Moon's legal, we're going to have Umbreons and Decidueyes and Lurantis Plumes everywhere. I at least was looking at it with a little bit more of a long-term perspective.
Yeah. And plus, no one knows how good these cards are really going to be. We have to sit down and test with them. So providing the lists, showing you the options that are out there, it's something that we're always going to do when new sets come out. It's only natural that you have to see how these things play out. Oftentimes the theory craft is different to, how it pans out in 50 games. So, and as we say, it's still all adapting. There's still loads of Sun and Moon things that I've not even tried yet in different capacities. So, it's going to be a long process, and it does offer a lot to the game. Even if it is just Tauros right now. Like, Tauros creates a lot of interactions in deck building itself a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So, like, so many intricacies to even single Pokemon being introduced to a format. So
I think the format right now is just so like EX heavy. It was going to be difficult for Sun and Moon to push that out of the way. But I genuinely think in a year and a half to 2 years time, especially like as soon as we get a Sun and Moon on format, but at least when the format slows down a little bit, I think we're going to be coming back to a lot of these cards and going, oh, actually, it wasn't great when it was first released, but actually this Toxapex or Vikavolt is insane with two more years worth of that style of cards. Because obviously Sun and Moon is also, the whole Sun and Moon block is obviously going to focus more on this style of cards. The last block was all about these basics that did a lot of damage. Well, yeah, EXs that did a lot of damage, stuff like that. But like we can tell they're already looking at an evolution-based format in 2 years' time. So I don't think we overestimated it at all. I think it was always going to be difficult for a new set to come into a format like this because so many of the archetypes right now are just good.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to beat.
All right, that should just about wrap it up. Yeah, that was a good little chat to close it out, to be honest. I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for watching, guys. On Friday, what am I recording? I think I'm doing...
Solgaleo Lurantis.
Oh, yeah, Solgaleo Lurantis. There we go. Tested it a bit earlier on today. I think there's still tweaks that need to be made to this list. But I've been getting a good 20 or so games under my belt so far, and I'm learning a lot from it. And it's an archetype that could potentially crop up again in future because it is just inherently quite strong once it gets going. So yeah, stick around. Plenty more on the channel to come. And yeah, we'll see you same time next week. Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.